Hello. Tonight, we begin with the most fascinating fairy tale. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world. Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. The White Doe, from L'étude ethnographique sur les Barongas par Henri Junot. Once upon a time, there lived a king and queen who loved each other dearly and would have been perfectly happy if they had only had a little son or daughter to play with. They never talked about it and always pretended that there was nothing in the world to wish for. But sometimes, when they looked at other people's children, their faces grew sad, and their courtiers and attendants knew the reason why. One day, the queen was sitting alone by the side of a waterfall, which sprung from some rocks in the large park adjoining the castle. She was feeling more than usually miserable, and had sent away her ladies so that no one might witness her grief. Suddenly, she heard a rustling movement in the pool below the waterfall, and on glancing up, she saw a large crab climbing onto a stone beside her. "Great Queen," said the crab, "I am here to tell you that the desire of your heart will soon be granted. But first, you must permit me to lead you to the palace of the fairies, which, though hard by, has never been seen by mortal eyes because of the thick clouds that surround it. When there, you will know more. That is, if you will trust yourself to me." The queen had never before heard an animal speak, and was struck dumb with surprise. However, she was so enchanted at the words of the crab that she smiled sweetly and held out her hand. It was taken, not by the crab, which had stood there only a moment before, but by a little old woman, smartly dressed in white and crimson, with green ribbons in her gray hair. And, wonderful to say, not a drop of water fell from her clothes. The old woman ran lightly down a path along which the queen had been 100 times before, but it seemed so different she could hardly believe it was the same. Instead of having to push her way through nettles and brambles, roses and jasmine hung about her head, while under her feet the ground was sweet with violets. The orange trees were so tall and thick that even at midday the sun was never too hot. And at the end of the path was a glimmer of something so dazzling that the queen had to shade her eyes and peep at it only between her fingers. "What can it be?" she asked, turning to her guide, who answered, "Oh, that is the fairies' palace, and here are some of them coming to meet us." As she spoke, the gates swung back, and 6 fairies approached, each bearing in her hand a flower made of precious stones, but so like a real one that it was only by touching you could tell the difference. "Madam," they said, "we know not how to thank you for this mark of your confidence, but have the happiness to tell you that in a short time you will have a little daughter, Gwyn." The queen was so enchanted at this news that she nearly fainted with joy. But when she was able to speak, she poured out all her gratitude to the fairies for their promised gift. "And now," she said, "I ought not to stay any longer, for my husband will think that I have run away, or that some evil beast has devoured me." In a little while, it happened just as the fairies had foretold, and a baby girl was born in the palace. Of course, both the king and queen were delighted, and the child was called Desiree, which means desired, for she had been desired for 5 years before her birth. At first, the queen could think of nothing but her new plaything, but then she remembered the fairies who had sent it to her, bidding her ladies bring her the posy of jeweled flowers, which had been given her at the palace. She took each flower in her hand and called it by name, and in turn, each fairy appeared before her. But, as unluckily often happens, the one to whom she owed the most, the crab fairy, was forgotten. And by this, as in the case of other babies you have read about, much mischief was wrought. However, for the moment, all was gaiety in the palace, and everybody inside ran to the windows to watch the fairies' carriages, for no two were alike. One had a car of ebony, drawn by white pigeons. Another was lying back in her ivory chariot, driving 10 black crows, while the rest had chosen rare woods or many-colored seashells, with scarlet and blue macaws, long-tailed peacocks, or green lovebirds for horses. These carriages were only used on occasions of state, for when they went to war, flying dragons, fiery serpents, lions, or leopards took the place of the beautiful birds. The fairies entered the queen's chamber, followed by little dwarfs who carried their presents and looked much prouder than their mistresses. One by one, their burdens were spread upon the ground, and no one had ever seen such lovely things. Everything that a baby could possibly wear or play with was there. And besides, they had other and more precious gifts to give her, which only children who have fairies for godmothers can ever hope to possess. They were all gathered round the heap of pink cushions on which the baby lay asleep, when a shadow seemed to fall between them and the sun, while a cold wind blew through the room. Everybody looked up, and there was the crab fairy, who had grown as tall as the ceiling in her anger. "So, I am forgotten," cried she, in a voice so loud that the queen trembled as she heard it. Who was it soothed you in your trouble? Who was it led you to the fairies? Who was it brought you back in safety to your home again? Yet I am overlooked, while these who have done nothing in comparison are petted and thanked. The queen, almost dumb with terror, in vain tried to think of some explanation or apology, but there was none, and she could only confess her fault and implore forgiveness. The fairies also did their best to soften the wrath of their sister, and knowing that, like many plain people who are not fairies, she was very vain, they entreated her to drop her crab's disguise and to become once more the charming person they were accustomed to see. For some time, the enraged fairy would listen to nothing, but at length the flatteries began to take effect. The crab's shell fell from her. She shrank into her usual size and lost some of her fierce expression. "Well," she said, "I will not cause the princess's death, as I had meant to do, but at the same time, she will have to bear the punishment of her mother's fault, as many other children have done before her. The sentence I pass upon her is that if she is allowed to see one ray of daylight before her 15th birthday, she will rue it bitterly, and it may perhaps cost her her life." And with these words, she vanished by the window through which she came, while the fairies comforted the weeping queen and took counsel how best the princess might be kept safe during her childhood. At the end of half an hour, they had made up their minds what to do. And at the command of the fairies, a beautiful palace sprang up, close to that of the king and queen, but different from every palace in the world in having no windows and only a door right under the earth. However, once within, daylight was hardly missed. So brilliant were the multitudes of tapers that were burning on the walls. Now, up to this time, the princess's history has been like the history of many a princess that you have read about. But when the period of her imprisonment was nearly over, her fortunes took another turn. For almost 15 years, the fairies had taken care of her, and amused her, and taught her, so that when she came into the world, she might be no whit behind the daughters of other kings in all that makes a princess charming and accomplished. They all loved her dearly, but the fairy Tulip loved her most of all. And as the princess's 15th birthday drew near, the fairy began to tremble lest something terrible should happen, some accident which had not been foreseen. "Do not let her out of your sight," said Tulip to the queen. "And meanwhile, let her portrait be painted and carried to the neighboring courts, as is the custom, in order that the kings may see how far her beauty exceeds that of every other princess, and that they may demand her in marriage for their sons." And so it was done. And as the fairy had prophesied, all the young princes fell in love with the picture. But the last one to whom it was shown could think of nothing else, and refused to let it be removed from his chamber, where he spent whole days gazing at it. The king, his father, was much surprised at the change which had come over his son, who generally passed all his time in hunting or hawking, and his anxiety was increased by a conversation he overheard between two of his courtiers, that they feared the prince must be going out of his mind. So moody had he become. Without losing a moment, the king went to visit his son, and no sooner had he entered the room than the young man flung himself at his father's feet. "You have betrothed me already to a bride I can never love," cried he. "But if you will not consent to break off the match and ask for the hand of the Princess Desiree, I shall die of misery, thankful to be alive no longer." These words much displeased the king, who felt that in breaking off the marriage already arranged, he would almost certainly be bringing on his subjects a long and bloody war. So, without answering, he turned away, hoping that a few days might bring his son to reason. But the prince's condition grew rapidly so much worse that the king, in despair, promised to send an embassy at once to Desiree's father. This news cured the young man in an instant of all his ills, and he began to plan out every detail of dress and of horses and carriages which were necessary to make the train of the envoy, whose name was Bekasig, as splendid as possible. He longed to form part of the embassy himself, if only in the disguise of a page. But this the king would not allow, and so the prince had to content himself with searching the kingdom for everything that was rare and beautiful to send to the princess. Indeed, he arrived, just as the embassy was starting, with his portrait, which had been painted in secret by the court painter. The king and queen wished for nothing better than that their daughter marry into such a great and powerful family, and received the ambassador with every sign of welcome. They even wished him to see the Princess Desiree, but this was prevented by the fairy Tulip, who feared some ill might come of it. "And be sure you tell him," added she, "that the marriage cannot be celebrated till she is 15 years old, or else some terrible misfortune will happen to the child." So, when Bekasiguy, surrounded by his train, made a formal request that the Princess Desiree might be given in marriage to his master's son, the king replied that he was much honored and would gladly give his consent, but that no one could even see the princess till her 15th birthday, as the spell laid upon her in her cradle by a spiteful fairy would not cease to work till that was past. The ambassador was greatly surprised and disappointed, but he knew too much about fairies to venture to disobey them. Therefore, he had to content himself with presenting the prince's portrait to the queen, who lost no time in carrying it to the princess. As the girl took it in her hands, it suddenly spoke, as it had been taught to do, and uttered a compliment of the most delicate and charming sort, which made the princess flush with pleasure. "How would you like to have a husband like that?" asked the queen, laughing. "As if I knew anything about husbands," replied Desiree, who had long ago guessed the business of the ambassador. "Well, he will be your husband in 3 months," answered the queen, ordering the prince's presents to be brought in. The princess was very pleased with them and admired them greatly. But the queen noticed that all the while her eyes constantly strayed from the softest silks and most brilliant jewels to the portrait of the prince. The ambassador, finding that there was no hope of his being allowed to see the princess, took his leave and returned to his own court. But here a new difficulty appeared. The prince, though transported with joy at the thought that Desiree was indeed to be his bride, was bitterly disappointed that she had not been allowed to return with Bekasigue, as he had foolishly expected, and never having been taught to deny himself anything or to control his feelings, he fell as ill as he had done before. He would eat nothing, nor take pleasure in anything, but lay all day on a heap of cushions, gazing at the picture of the princess. "If I have to wait 3 months before I can marry the princess, I shall die," was all this spoiled boy would say. And at length the king, in despair, resolved to send a fresh embassy to Desiree's father to implore him to permit the marriage to be celebrated at once. "I would have presented my prayer in person," he added in his letter, "but my great age and infirmities do not suffer me to travel. However, my envoy has orders to agree to any arrangement that you may propose." On his arrival at the palace, Bekasigue pleaded his young master's cause as fervently as the king his father could have done, and entreated that the princess might be consulted in the matter. The queen hastened to the marble tower and told her daughter of the sad state of the prince. Des the prince, without risking the doom pronounced over her by the wicked fairy. "I see," she exclaimed joyfully at last. "Let a carriage be built through which no light can come, and let it be brought into my room. I will then get into it, and we can travel swiftly during the night and arrive before dawn at the palace of the prince. Once there, I can remain in some underground chamber where no light can come." "Ah, how clever you are," cried the queen, clasping her in her arms, and she hurried away to tell the king. "What a wife our prince will have," said Bekasigue, bowing low. "But I must hasten back with the tidings, and to prepare the underground chamber for the princess. And so he took his leave. In a few days, the carriage commanded by the princess was ready. It was of green velvet, scattered over with large golden thistles, and lined inside with silver brocade embroidered with pink roses. It had no windows, of course, but the fairy tulip, whose counsel had been asked, had managed to light it up with a soft glow that came no one knew whither. It was carried straight up into the great hall of the tower, and the princess stepped into it, followed by her faithful maid of honor, Eglantine, and by her lady-in-waiting, Cerisette, who also had fallen in love with the prince's portrait and was bitterly jealous of her mistress. The fourth place in the carriage was filled by Cerisette's mother, who had been sent by the queen to look after the three young people. Now the fairy of the fountain was the godmother of the Princess Nera, to whom the prince had been betrothed before the picture of Desiree had made him faithless. She was very angry at the slight put upon her godchild, and from that moment kept careful watch on the princess. In this journey, she saw her chance, and it was she who, invisible, sat by Cerisette and put bad thoughts into the minds of both her and her mother. The way to the city where the prince lived ran for the most part through a thick forest, and every night, when there was no moon, and not a single star could be seen through the trees, the guards who traveled with the princess opened the carriage to give it an airing. This went on for several days, till only 12 hours' journey lay between them and the palace. The Cerisette persuaded her mother to cut a great hole in the side of the carriage with a sharp knife, which she herself had brought for the purpose. In the forest, the darkness was so intense that no one perceived what she had done. But when they left the last trees behind them and emerged into the open country, the sun was up, and for the first time since her babyhood, Desiree found herself in the light of day. She looked up in surprise at the dazzling brilliance that streamed through the hole, then gave a sigh which seemed to come from her heart. The carriage door swung back, as if by magic, and a white doe sprang out, and in a moment was lost to sight in the forest. But, quick as she was, Eglantine, her maid of honor, had time to see where she went, and jumped from the carriage in pursuit of her, followed at a distance by the guards. Cerisette and her mother looked at each other in surprise and joy. They could hardly believe in their good fortune, for everything had happened exactly as they wished. The first thing to be done was to conceal the hole which had been cut, and when this was managed, with the help of the angry fairy, though they did not know it, Cerisette hastened to take off her own clothes and put on those of the princess, placing the crown of diamonds on her head. She found this heavier than she expected. But then, she had never been accustomed to wear crowns, which makes all the difference. At the gates of the city, The carriage was stopped by a guard of honor sent by the king as an escort to his son's bride. Though Cerisette and her mother could of course see nothing of what was going on outside, they heard plainly the shouts of welcome from the crowds along the streets. The carriage stopped at length in the vast hall which Bekasigu had prepared for the reception of the princess. The Grand Chamberlain and the Lord High Steward were awaiting her, and when the false bride stepped into the brilliantly lighted room, they bowed low and said they had orders to inform His Highness the moment she arrived. The prince, whom the strict etiquette of the court had prevented from being present in the underground hall, was burning with impatience in his own apartments. "So she had come," cried he, throwing down the bow he had been pretending to mend. "Well, was I not right? Is she not a miracle of beauty and grace? And has she her equal in the whole world?" The ministers looked at each other and made no reply, till at length the chamberlain, who was the bolder of the two, observed, "My lord, as to her beauty, you can judge of that for yourself. No doubt it is as great as you say, but at present it seems to have suffered, as is natural, from the fatigues of the journey." This was certainly not what the prince had expected to hear. Could the portrait have flattered her? He had known of such things before, and a cold shiver ran through him. But with an effort, he kept silent from further questioning, and only said, "Has the king been told that the princess is in the palace?" "Yes, Highness, and he has probably already joined her." "Then I will go too," said the prince. Weak as he was from his long illness, the prince descended the staircase, supported by the ministers, and entered the room just in time to hear his father's loud cry of astonishment and disgust at the sight of Cerisette. "There was been treachery at work," he exclaimed, while the prince leant, dumb with horror, against the doorpost. But the lady in waiting, who had been prepared for something of the sort, advanced, holding in her hand the letters which the king and queen had entrusted to her. "This is the Princess Desiree," said she, pretending to have heard nothing. "And I have the honor to present to you these letters from my liege, lord, and lady, together with the casket containing the princess's jewels." The king did not move or answer her, so the prince, leaning on the arm of Bekasigu, approached a little closer to the false princess, hoping against hope that his eyes had deceived him. But the longer he looked, the more he agreed with his father that there was treason somewhere. For in no single respect did the portrait resemble the woman before him. Cerisette was so tall that the dress of the princess did not reach her ankles, and so thin that her bones showed through the stuff. Besides that her nose was hooked, and her teeth black and ugly. In his turn, the prince stood rooted to the spot, At last he spoke, and his words were addressed to his father, and not to the bride who had come so far to marry him. "We have been deceived," he said, "and it will cost me my life." And he leaned so heavily on the envoy that Bekasigue feared he was going to faint, and hastily laid him on the floor. For some minutes, no one could attend to anybody but the prince. But as soon as he revived, the lady in waiting made herself heard. "Oh, my lovely princess, why did we ever leave home?" cried she. "But the king, your father, will avenge the insults that have been heaped on you when we tell him how you have been treated." "I will tell him myself," replied the king in wrath. "He promised me a wonder of beauty. He has sent me a skeleton. I am not surprised that he has kept her for 15 years, hidden away from the eyes of the world. Take them both away," he continued, turning to his guards, "and lodge them in the state prison. There is something more I have to learn of this matter." His orders were obeyed, and the prince, loudly bewailing his sad fate, was led back to bed, where for many days he lay in a high fever. At length, he slowly began to gain strength, but his sorrow was still so great that he could not bear the sight of a strange face, and shuddered at the notion of taking his proper part in the court ceremonies. Unknown to the king, or to anybody but Bekasigue, he planned that as soon as he was able, he would make his escape and pass the rest of his life alone in some solitary place. It was some weeks before he had regained his health sufficiently to carry out his design. But finally, one beautiful starlight night, the two friends stole away, and when the king woke next morning, he found a letter lying by his bed, saying that his son had gone, he knew not whither. He wept bitter tears at the news, for he loved the prince dearly, but he felt that perhaps the young man had done wisely, and he trusted to time and Bekasigue's influence to bring the wanderer home. And while these things were happening, what had become of the White Doe? Though when she sprang from the carriage, she was aware that some unkind fate had changed her into an animal. Yet, till she saw herself in a stream, she had no idea what it was. "Is it really I, Desiree?" she said to herself, weeping. "What wicked fairy can have treated me so? And shall I never, never take my own shape again? My only comfort that in this great forest, full of lions and serpents, my life will be a short one." Now the fairy Tulip was as much grieved at the sad fate of the princess as Desiree's own mother could have been if she had known of it. Still, she could not help feeling that if the king and queen had listened to her advice, the girl would by this time be safely in the walls of her new home. However, she loved Desiree too much to let her suffer more than could be helped. And it was she who guided Eglantine to the place where the White Doe was standing, cropping the grass, which was her dinner. At the sound of footsteps, the pretty creature lifted her head, and when she saw her faithful companion approaching, she bounded towards her and rubbed her head on Eglantine's shoulder. The maid of honor was surprised, but she was fond of animals and stroked the White Doe tenderly, speaking gently to her all the while. Suddenly, the beautiful creature lifted her head and looked up into Eglantine's face, with tears streaming from her eyes. A thought flashed through her mind, and quick as lightning, the girl flung herself on her knees, and lifting the animal's feet, kissed them one by one. "My princess, oh, my dear princess," cried she. And again, the White Doe rubbed her head against her, for thought the spiteful fairy had taken away her power of speech. She had not deprived her of her reason. All day long the two remained together, and when Eglantine grew hungry, she was led by the White Doe to a part of the forest where pears and peaches grew in abundance. But as night came on, the maid of honor was filled with the terrors of wild beasts which had beset the princess during her first night in the forest. "Is there no hut or cave we could go into?" asked she. But the doe only shook her head, and the two sat down and wept with fright. The fairy Tulip, who in spite of her anger was very soft-hearted, was touched at their distress and flew quickly to their help. "I cannot take away the spell altogether," she said, "for the fairy of the fountain is stronger than I. But I can shorten the time of your punishment, and am able to make it less hard. For as soon as darkness fall, you shall resume your own shape." To think that by and by she would cease to be a White Doe, indeed, that she would at once cease to be one during the night, was for the present joy enough for Desiree, and she skipped about on the grass in the prettiest manner. "Go straight down the path in front of you," continued the fairy, smiling as she watched her. "Go straight down the path, and you will soon reach a little hut where you will find shelter." And with these words, she vanished, leaving her hearers happier than they ever thought they could be again. An old woman was standing at the door of the hut when Eglantine drew near, with the White Doe trotting by her side. "Good evening," she said. "Could you give me a night's lodging for myself and my doe?" "Certainly I can," replied the old woman, and she led them into a room with two little white beds, so clean and comfortable that it made you sleepy even to look at them. The door had hardly closed behind the old woman when the sun sank below the horizon, and Desiree became a girl again. "Oh, Eglantine, what should I have done if you had not followed me?" she cried, and she flung herself into her friend's arms in a transport of delight. Early in the morning, Eglantine was awakened by the sound of someone scratching at the door, and on opening her eyes, she saw the White Doe struggling to get out. The little creature looked up and into her face and nodded her head as the maid of honor unfastened the latch, but bounded away into the woods and was lost to sight in a moment. Meanwhile, the prince and Becca-Sieg were wandering through the wood, till at last the prince grew so tired that he lay down under a tree and told Becca-Sieg that he had better go in search of food and of some place where they could sleep. Becca-Sieg had not gone very far when a turn of the path brought him face to face with the old woman who was feeding her doves before her cottage. "Could you give me some milk and fruit?" asked he. "I am very hungry myself, and besides, I have left a friend behind me who is still weak from illness." "Certainly I can," answered the old woman. "But come and sit down in my kitchen while I catch the goat and milk it." Becca-Sieg was glad enough to do as he was bid, and in a few minutes the old woman returned with a basket brimming over with oranges and grapes. "If your friend has been ill, he should not pass the night in the forest," said she. "I have room in my hut, tiny enough, it is true, but better than nothing, and to that you are both heartily welcome." Becca-Sieg thanked her warmly, and as by this time it was almost sunset, he set out to fetch the prince. It was while he was absent that Eglantine and the White Doe entered the hut, and having, of course, no idea that in the very next room was the man whose childish impatience had been the cause of all their troubles. In spite of his fatigue, the prince slept badly, and directly it was light he rose, and bidding Becca-Sieg remain where he was, as he wished to be alone, he strolled out into the forest. He walked on slowly, just as his fancy led him, till, suddenly, he came to a wide, open space, and in the middle was the White Doe quietly eating her breakfast. She bounded off at the sight of a man, but not before the prince, who had fastened on his bow without thinking, had let fly several arrows, which the fairy Tulip took care should do her no harm. But quickly as she ran, she soon felt her strength failing her, for 15 years of life in a tower had not taught her how to exercise her limbs. Luckily, the prince was too weak to follow her far, and a turn of a path brought her close to the hut, where Eglantine was awaiting her. Panting for breath, she entered their room and flung herself down on the floor. When it was dark again, and she was once more the Princess Desiree. She told Eglantine what had befallen her. "I feared the fairy of the fountain and the cruel beasts," said she, "but somehow I never thought of the dangers that I ran from men. I do not know now what saved me. You must stay quietly here till the time of your punishment is over," answered Eglantine. But when the morning dawned and the girl turned into a doe, the longing for the forest came over her, and she sprang away as before. As soon as the prince was awake, he hastened to the place where, only the day before, he had found the White Doe feeding. But of course, she had taken care to go in the opposite direction. Much disappointed, he tried first one green path and then another, and at last, wearied with walking, he threw himself down and went fast asleep. Just at this moment, the White Doe sprang out of a thicket nearby and started back, trembling, when she beheld her enemy lying there. Yet, instead of turning to fly, something bade her go and look at him unseen. As she gazed, a thrill ran through her, for she felt that, worn and wasted though he was by illness, it was the face of her destined husband. Gently stooping over him, she kissed his forehead, and at her touch he awoke. For a minute they looked at each other, and to his amazement he recognized the White Doe which had escaped him the previous day. But in an instant, the animal was aroused to a sense of her danger, and she fled with all her strength into the thickest part of the forest. Quick as lightning, the prince was on her track, but this time it was with no wish to kill or even wound the beautiful creature. Pretty doe, stop! I won't hurt you," cried he. But his words were carried away by the wind. At length, the doe could run no more, and when the prince reached her, she was lying stretched out on the grass, waiting for her death blow. But instead, the prince knelt at her side and stroked her and bade her fear nothing, as he would take care of her. So he fetched a little water from the stream in his horn hunting cup. Then, cutting some branches from the trees, he twisted them into a litter, which he covered with moss, and laid the White Doe gently on it. For a long time they remained thus. But when Desiree saw, by the way that the light struck the trees, that he sun must be near its setting, she was filled with alarm lest the darkness should fall, and the prince should behold her in her human shape. No, he must not see me for the first time here, she thought, and instantly began to plan how to get rid of him. Then she opened her mouth and let her tongue hang out, as if she were dying of thirst, and the prince, as she expected, hastened to the stream to get her some more water. When he returned, the White Doe was gone. That night, Desiree confessed to Eglantine that her pursuer was no other than the prince, and that, far from flattering him, the portrait had never done him justice. "Is it not hard to meet him in this shape," wept she, "when we both love each other so much?" But Eglantine comforted her and reminded her that in a short time all would be well. The prince was very angry at the flight of the White Doe, for whom he had taken so much trouble. And returning to the cottage, he poured out his adventures and his wrath to Becasigue, who could not help smiling. "She shall not escape me again," cried the prince. "If I hunt her every day for a year, I will have her at last." And in this frame of mind, he went to bed. When the White Doe entered the forest next morning, she had not made up her mind whether she would go and meet the prince or whether she would shun him and hide in thickets of which he knew nothing. She decided that the last plan was the best, and so it would have been if the prince had not taken the very same direction in search of her. Quite by accident, he caught sight of her white skin shining through the bushes, and at the same instant she heard a twig snap under his feet. In a moment she was up and away. But the prince, not knowing how else to capture her, aimed an arrow at her leg, which brought her to the ground. The young man felt like a murderer as he ran hastily up to where the White Doe lay, and did his best to soothe the pain she felt, which, in reality, was the last part of the punishment sent by the fairy of the fountain. First, he brought her some water, and then he fetched some healing herbs, and having crushed them in his hand, laid them on the wound. "Ah, what a wretch I was to have hurt you," cried he, resting her head upon his knees. "And now you will hate me and fly from me forever." For some time, the doe lay quietly where she was, but as before, she remembered that the hour of her transformation was near. She struggled to her feet, but the prince would not hear of her walking. And thinking the old woman might be able to dress her wound better than he could, he took her in his arms to carry her back to the hut. But, small as she was, she made herself so heavy that, after staggering a few steps under her weight, he laid her down and tied her fast to a tree with some of the ribbons of his hat. This done, he went away to get help. Meanwhile, Eglantine had grown very uneasy at the long absence of her mistress, and had come out to look for her. Just as the prince passed out of sight, the fluttering ribbons danced before her eyes, and she descried her beautiful princess bound to a tree. With all her might, she worked at the knots, but not a single one could she undo, though all appeared so easy. She was still busy with them when a voice behind her said, "Pardon me, fair lady, but it is my doe you are trying to steal." "Excuse me, good night," answered Eglantine, hardly glancing at him. "But it is my doe that is tied up here, And if you wish for a proof of it, you can see if she knows me or not. Touch my heart, my little one, she continued, dropping on her knees, and the doe lifted up its forefoot and laid it on her side. Now put your arms round my neck and sigh. And again the doe did as she was bid. You are right, said the prince, but it is with sorrow I give her up to you. For though I have wounded her, yet I love her deeply. To this, Eglantine answered nothing, but carefully raising up the doe, she led her slowly to the hut. Now both the prince and Bekassigui were quite unaware that the old woman had any guests besides themselves, and, following afar, were much surprised to behold Eglantine and her charge enter the cottage. They lost no time in questioning the old woman, who replied that she knew nothing about the lady and her white doe, who slept next the chamber occupied by the prince and his friend, but that they were very quiet and paid her well. Then she went back to her kitchen. Do you know, said Bekasi, when they were alone, I am certain that the lady we saw is the maid of honor to the Princess Desiree, whom I met at the palace. And as her room is next to this, it will be easy to make a small hole through which I can satisfy myself whether I am right or not. So, taking a knife out of his pocket, he began to saw away the woodwork. The girls heard the grating noise, but fancying it was a mouse, paid no attention, and Bekassigui was left in peace to pursue his work. At length, the hole was large enough for him to peep through, and the sight was one to strike him dumb with amazement. He had guessed truly. The tall lady was Eglantine herself, but the other, where had he seen her? Ah, now he knew. It was the lady of the portrait. Desiree, in a flowing dress of green silk, was lying stretched out upon cushions, and as Eglantine bent over her to bathe the wounded leg, she began to talk. Oh, let me die, cried she, rather than go on leading this life. You cannot tell the misery of being a beast all the day, and unable to speak to the man I love, to whose impatience I owe my cruel fate. Yet even so, I cannot bring myself to hate him. These words, low though they were spoken, reached Bekasig, who could hardly believe his ears. He stood silent for a moment. Then, crossing to the window out of which the prince was gazing, he took his arm and led him across the room. A single glance was sufficient to show the prince that it was indeed Desiree, and how another had come to the palace bearing her name. At that instant, he neither knew nor cared. Stealing on tiptoe from the room, he knocked at the next door, which was opened by Eglantine, who thought it was the old woman bearing their supper. She started back at the sight of the prince, whom this time she also recognized. But he thrust her aside and flung himself at the feet of Desiree, to whom he poured out all his heart. Dawn found them still conversing, and the sun was high in the heavens before the princess perceived that she retained her human form. Ah, how happy she was when she knew that the days of her punishment were over. And with a glad voice, she told the prince the tale of her enchantment. So the story ended well after all, and the fairy Tulip, who turned out to be the old woman of the hut, made the young couple such a wedding feast as had never been seen since the world began. And everybody was delighted, except Cerisette and her mother, who were put in a boat and carried to a small island where they had to work hard for their living. The Girl Fish. Contes des Fées par Madame d'Aulnoy. Once upon a time there lived on the bank of a stream a man and a woman who had a daughter. As she was an only child, and very pretty besides, they never could make up their minds to punish her for her faults, or to teach her nice manners. And as for work, she laughed in her mother's face if she asked her to help cook the dinner or to wash the plates. All the girl would do was to spend her days in dancing and playing with her friends. And for any use she was to her parents, they might as well have no daughter at all. However, one morning her mother looked so tired that even the selfish girl could not help seeing it, and asked if there was anything she was able to do so that her mother might rest a little. The good woman looked so surprised and grateful for this offer that the girl felt rather ashamed, and at that moment would have scrubbed down the house if she had been requested. But her mother only begged her to take the fishing net out to the bank of the river and mend some holes in it, as her father intended to go fishing that night. The girl took the net and worked so hard that soon there was not a hole to be found. She felt quite pleased with herself, though she had had plenty to amuse her, as everybody who passed by had stopped and had a chat with her. But by this time, the sun was high overhead, and she was just folding her net to carry it home again, when she heard a splash behind her. And looking round, she saw a big fish jump into the air. Seizing the net with both hands, she flung it into the water, where the circles were spreading one behind the other, and more by luck than skill, drew out the fish. "Well, you are a beauty," and she cried to herself. But the fish looked up to her and said, "You had better not kill me, for if you do, I will turn you into a fish yourself." The girl laughed contemptuously and ran straight into her mother. "Look what I have caught," she said gaily, "but it is almost a pity to eat it, for it can talk, and it declares that if I kill it, it will turn me into a fish too." "Oh, put it back, implored the mother. "Perhaps it is skilled in magic, and I should die, and so would your father, if anything should happen to you. Oh, nonsense, Mother. What power could a creature like that have over me? Besides, I am hungry, and if I don't have my dinner soon, I shall be cross. And off she went to gather some flowers to stick in her hair. About an hour later, the blowing of a horn told her that dinner was ready. "Didn't I say that fish would be delicious?" she cried. And plunging her spoon into the dish, the girl helped herself to a large piece. But the instant it touched her mouth, a cold shiver ran through her. Her head seemed to flatten, and her eyes to look oddly round the corners. Her legs and her arms were stuck to her sides, and she gasped wildly for breath. With a mighty bound, she sprang through the window and fell into the river, where she soon felt better and was able to swim to the sea, which was close by. No sooner had she arrived there than the sight of her sad face attracted the notice of some of the other fishes, and they pressed round her, begging her to tell them her story. "I am not a fish at all," said the newcomer, swallowing a great deal of salt water as she spoke, "for you cannot learn how to be a proper fish all in a moment. I am not a fish at all, but a girl. At least, I was a girl a few minutes ago, only..." And she ducked her head under the waves so that they should not see her crying. "Only you did not believe that the fish you caught had power to carry out its threat," said an old tunny. "Well, never mind. That has happened to all of us, and it really is not a bad life. Cheer up and come with us and see our queen, who lives in a palace that is much more beautiful than any your queens can boast of." The new fish felt a little afraid of taking such a journey, but as she was still more afraid of being left alone, she waved her tail in token of consent, and off they all set, hundreds of them together. The people on the rocks and in the ships that saw them pass said to each other, "Look, what a splendid shoal," and had no idea that they were hastening to the Queen's palace. But then, dwellers on land have so little notion of what goes on in the bottom of the sea. Certainly, the little new fish had none. She had watched jellyfish and nautilus swimming a little way below the surface, and beautiful colored seaweeds floating about. But that was all. Now, when she plunged deeper, her eyes fell upon strange things, wedges of gold, great anchors, heaps of pearl, inestimable stones, unvalued jewels, all scattered in the bottom of the sea. Dead men's bones were there also, and long white creatures who had never seen the light, for they mostly dwelt in the clefts of rocks where the sun's rays could not come. At first, our little fish felt as if she were blind also, but by and by, she began to make out one object after another in the green dimness. and by the time she had swum for a few hours, all became clear. "Here we are, at last," cried a big fish, going down into a deep valley, for the sea has its mountains and valleys just as much as the land. "That is the palace of the Queen of the Fishes, and I think you must confess that the Emperor himself has nothing so fine." "It is beautiful indeed," gasped the little fish, who was very tired with trying to swim as fast as the rest. And beautiful beyond words the palace was. The walls were made of pale pink coral, worn smooth by the waters, and round the windows were rows of pearls. The great doors were standing open, and the whole troop floated into the chamber of audience, where the queen, who was half a woman after all, was seated on a throne made of a green and blue shell. "Who are you, and where do you come from?" said she to the little fish, whom the others had pushed in front. And in a low, trembling voice, the visitor told her story. "I was once a girl, too," answered the queen, when the fish had ended. "And my father was the king of a great country. A husband was found for me, and on my wedding day, my mother placed her crown on my head and told me that as long as I wore it, I should likewise be queen. For many months I was as happy as a girl could be, especially when I had a little son to play with. But one morning, when I was walking in my gardens, there came a giant and snatched the crown from my head, holding me fast. He told me that he intended to give the crown to his daughter, and to enchant my husband, the prince, so that he should not know the difference between us. Since then, she has filled my place and been queen in my stead. As for me, I was so miserable that I threw myself into the sea, and my ladies, who loved me, declared that they would die too. But instead of dying, some wizard who pitied my fate turned us all into fishes, though he allowed me to keep the face and body of a woman. And fished we must remain till someone brings me back my crown again. I will bring it back if you tell me what to do," cried the little fish, who would have promised anything that was likely to carry her up to earth again. And the queen answered, "Yes, I will tell you what to do." She sat silent for a moment, and then went on. "There is no danger if you will only follow my counsel. And first, you must return to earth and go up to the top of a high mountain where the giant has built his castle. You will find him sitting on the steps weeping for his daughter, who has just died while the prince was away hunting. At the last, she sent her father my crown by a faithful servant. But I warn you to be careful, for if he sees you, he may kill you. Therefore, I will give you the power to change yourself into any creature that may help you best. You have only to strike your forehead and call out its name." This time, the journey to land seemed much shorter than before, and when once the fish reached the shore, she struck her forehead sharply with her tail and cried, "Dear, come to me." In a moment, the small, slimy body disappeared, and in its place stood a beautiful beast with branching horns and slender legs, quivering with longing to be gone. Throwing back her head and snuffing the air, she broke into a run, leaping easily over the rivers and walls that stood in her way. It happened that the king's son had been hunting since daybreak, but had killed nothing. And when the deer crossed his path as he was resting under a tree, he determined to have her. He flung himself on his horse, which went like the wind. And as the prince had often hunted the forest before and knew all the shortcuts, he at last came up with the panting beast. "By your favor, let me go, and do not kill me," said the deer, turning to the prince with tears in her eyes. "For I have far to run and much to do." And as the prince, struck dumb with surprise, only looked at her, the deer cleared the next wall and was soon out of sight. "That can't really be a deer," thought the prince to himself, reining in his horse and not attempting to follow her. "No deer ever had eyes like that. It must be an enchanted maiden, and I will marry her and no other." So, turning his horse's head, he rode slowly back to his palace. The deer reached the giant's castle quite out of breath, and her heart sank as she gazed at the tall, smooth walls which surrounded it. Then she plucked up courage and cried, "Ant, come to me!" And in a moment, the branching horns and beautiful shape had vanished, and a tiny brown ant, invisible to all who did not look closely, was climbing up the walls. It was wonderful how fast she went, that little creature. The wall must have appeared miles high in comparison with her own body. Yet, in less time than would have seemed possible, she was over the top and down in the courtyard on the other side. Here she paused to consider what had best be done next. And looking about her, she saw that one of the walls had a tall tree growing by it, and in the corner was a window, very nearly on a level with the highest branches of the tree. "Monkey, come to me," cried the ant. And before you could turn round, a monkey was swinging herself from the topmost branches into the room where the giant lay snoring. "Perhaps he will be so frightened at the sight of me that he may die of fear, and I shall never get the crown," thought the monkey. "I had better become something else." And she called softly, "Parrot, come to me." Then a pink and gray parrot hopped up to the giant, who by this time was stretching himself and giving yawns which shook the castle. The parrot waited a little until he was really awake, and then she said boldly, that she had been sent to take away the crown, which was not his any longer. Now his daughter, the queen, was dead. On hearing these words, the giant leapt out of bed with an angry roar and sprang at the parrot in order to wring her neck with his great hands. But the bird was too quick for him, and flying behind his back, begged the giant to have patience, as her death would be of no use to him. "That is true," answered the giant, "but I am not so foolish as to give you that crown for nothing. Let me think what I will have in exchange." And he scratched his huge head for several minutes, for giants' minds always move slowly. "Ah, yes, that will do," exclaimed the giant at last, his face brightening. "You shall have the crown if you will bring me a collar of blue stones from the Arch of St. Martin in the great city." Now when the parrot had been a girl, she had often heard of this wonderful arch and the precious stones and marbles that had been let into it. It sounded as if it would be a very hard thing to get them away from the building of which they formed a part. But all had gone well with her so far, and at any rate, she could but try. So she bowed to the giant and made her way back to the window where the giant could not see her. Then she called quickly, "Eagle, come to me." Before she had even reached the tree, she felt herself borne up on strong wings, ready to carry her to the clouds if she wished to go there. And seeming a mere speck in the sky, she was swept along till she beheld the Arch of St. Martin far below, with the rays of the sun shining on it. Then she swooped down, and hiding herself behind a buttress so that she could not be detected from below, she set herself to dig out the nearest blue stones with her beak. It was even harder work than she had expected, but at last it was done, and hope arose in her heart. She next drew out a piece of string that she had found hanging from a tree, and sitting down to rest, strung the stones together. When the necklace was finished, she hung it round her neck and called, "Parrot, come to me." And a little later, the pink and gray parrot stood before the giant. "Here is the necklace you asked for," said the parrot. And the eyes of the giant glistened as he took the heap of blue stones in his hand. But for all that, he was not minded to give up the crown. "They are hardly as blue as I expected," he grumbled, though the parrot knew as well as he did that he was not speaking the truth. "So you must bring me something else in exchange for the crown you covet so much. If you fail, it will cost you not only the crown, but you life also." "What is it you want now?" asked the parrot. And the giant answered, "If I give you my crown, I must have another still more beautiful." and this time you shall bring me a crown of stars." The parrot turned away, and as soon as she was outside, she murmured, "Toad, come to me." And sure enough, a toad she was, and off she set in search of the starry crown. She had not gone far before she came to a clear pool in which the stars were reflected so brightly that they looked quite real to touch and handle. Stooping down, she filled a bag she was carrying with the shining water, and returning to the castle, wove a crown out of the reflected stars. Then she cried, as before, "Parrot, come to me!" And in the shape of a parrot, she entered the presence of the giant. "Here is the crown you asked for," she said. And this time, the giant could not help crying out with admiration. He knew he was beaten, and still holding the chaplet of stars, he turned to the girl. "Your power is greater than mine. Take the crown. You have won it fairly." The parrot did not need to be told twice. Seizing the crown, she sprang onto the window, crying, "Monkey, come to me." And to a monkey, the climb down the tree into the courtyard did not take half a minute. When she had reached the ground, she said again, "Ant, come to me." And a little ant at once began to crawl over the high wall. How glad the ant was to be out of the giant's castle, holding fast the crown which had shrunk into almost nothing, as she herself had done, but grew quite big again when the ant exclaimed, "Deer, come to me." Surely no deer ever ran so swiftly as that one. On and on she went, bounding over rivers and crashing through tangles till she reached the sea. Here she cried for the last time, "Fish, come to me." And plunging in, she swam along the bottom as far as the palace, where the queen and all the fishes gathered together, awaiting her. The hours since she had left had gone very slowly, as they always do to people that are waiting, and many of them had quite given up hope. "I am tired of staying here," grumbled a beautiful little creature whose colors changed with every movement of her body. "I want to see what is going on in the upper world. It must be months since that fish went away." It was a very difficult task, and the giant must certainly have killed her, or she would have been back long ago, remarked another. "The young flies will be coming out now," murmured a third, "and they will all be eaten up by the river fish. It is really too bad." When suddenly a voice was heard from behind. "Look! Look! What is that bright thing that is moving so swiftly towards us?" And the queen started up and stood on her tail. So excited was she. A silence fell on all the crowd, and even the grumblers held their peace and gazed like the rest. On and on came the fish, holding the crown tightly in her mouth, and the others moved back to let her pass. On she went right up to the queen, who bent and, taking the crown, placed it on her own head. Then a wonderful thing happened. Her tail dropped away, or rather, it divided and grew into 2 legs and a pair of the prettiest feet in the world, while her maidens, who were grouped around her, shed their scales and became girls again. They all turned and looked at each other first, and next at the little fish who had regained her own shape and was more beautiful than any of them. "It is you who have given us back our life. You, they cried, and fell to weeping from very joy. So they all went back to Earth and the Queen's palace, and quite forgot the one that lay under the sea. But they had been so long away that they found many changes. The prince, the Queen's husband, had died some years since, and in his place was her son, who had grown up and was king. Even in his joy at seeing his mother again, an air of sadness clung to him, and at last the Queen could bear it no longer, and begged him to walk with her in the garden. Seated together in a bower of jessamine, where she had passed long hours as a bride, she took her son's hand and entreated him to tell her the cause of his sorrow. "For," said she, "if I can give you happiness, you shall have it." "It is no use," answered the prince. "Nobody can help me. I must bear it alone. But at least let me share your grief," urged the Queen. "No one can do that," said he. "I have fallen in love with what I can never marry, and I must get on as best I can." "It may not be as impossible as you think," answered the Queen. "At any rate, tell me." There was silence between them for a moment. Then, turning away his head, the prince answered gently, "I have fallen in love with a beautiful deer." "Ah, if that is all," exclaimed the Queen joyfully. And she told him in broken words that, as he had guessed, it was no deer, but an enchanted maiden who had won back the crown and brought her home to her own people. "She is here, in my palace," added the Queen. "I will take you to her." But when the prince stood before the girl, who was so much more beautiful than anything he had ever dreamed of, he lost all his courage and stood with bent head before her. Then the maiden drew near, and her eyes, as she looked at him, were the eyes of the deer that day in the forest. She whispered softly, "By your favor, let me go, and do not kill me." And the prince remembered her words, and his heart was filled with happiness. And the Queen, his mother, watched them and smiled. The Owl and the Eagle. from cuentos populars, Catalans, por lo Dr. D. Francisco de S. Maspons y Labros. Once upon a time, in a savage country where the snow lies deep for many months in the year, there lived an owl and an eagle. Though they were so different in many ways, they became great friends, and at length set up house together, one passing the day in hunting, and the other the night. In this manner, they did not see very much of each other, and perhaps agreed all the better for that. But at any rate, they were perfectly happy, and only wanted one thing, or rather 2 things, and that was a wife for each. I really am too tired when I come home in the evening to clean up the house, said the eagle, and I am much too sleepy at dawn after a long night's hunting to begin to sweep and dust, answered the owl. And they both made up their minds that wives they must have. They flew about in their spare moments to the young ladies of their acquaintance, but the girls all declared they preferred one husband to 2. The poor birds began to despair when one evening, after they had been for a wonder hunting together, they found 2 sisters fast asleep on their 2 beds. The eagle looked at the owl, and the owl looked at the eagle. They will make capital wives if they will only stay with us, said they. And they flew off to give themselves a wash and to make themselves smart before the girls awoke. For many hours, the sisters slept on, for they had come a long way from a town where there was scarcely anything to eat, and felt weak and tired. But by and by, they opened their eyes and saw the 2 birds watching them. "I hope you are rested?" asked the owl politely. "Oh, yes, thank you," answered the girls. "Only we are so very hungry. Do you think we could have something to eat?" "Certainly," replied the eagle, and he flew away to a farmhouse a mile or 2 off, and brought back a nest of eggs in his strong beak, while the owl, catching up a tin pot, went to a cottage where lived an old woman and her cow, and entering the shed by the window, dipped the pot into the pail of new milk that stood there. The girls were so much delighted with the kindness and cleverness of their hosts that when the birds inquired if they would marry them and stay there forever, they accepted without so much as giving it a second thought. So the eagle took the younger sister to wife, and the owl the elder. And never was a home more peaceful than theirs. All went well for several months, and then the eagle's wife had a son, while on the same day the owl's wife gave birth to a frog, which she placed directly on the banks of a stream nearby, as he did not seem to like the house. The children both grew quickly and were never tired of playing together or wanted any other companions. One night in the spring, when the ice had melted and the snow was gone. The sisters sat spinning in the house, awaiting their husband's return. But long though they watched, neither the owl nor the eagle ever came, neither that day, nor the next, nor the next, nor the next. At last the wives gave up all hope of their return. But being sensible women, they did not sit down and cry, but called their children and set out, determined to seek the whole world over till the missing husbands were found. Now the women had no idea in which direction the lost birds had gone, but they knew that some distance off was a thick forest where good hunting was to be found. It seemed a likely place to find them, or, at any rate, they might hear something of them, and they walked quickly on, cheered by the thought that they were doing something. Suddenly, the younger sister, who was a little in front, gave a cry of surprise. "Oh, look at that lake," she said. "We shall never get across it, Sod." "Yes, we shall," answered the elder. "I know what to do." And taking a long piece of string from her pocket, fastened it into the frog's mouth, like a bit. "You must swim across the lake," she said, stooping to put him in, "and we will walk across on the line behind you." And so they did, till they got to about the middle of the lake, when the frog boy stopped. "I don't like it, and I won't go any further," cried he sulkily, and his mother had to promise him all sorts of nice things before he would go on again. When at last they reached the other side, the owl's wife untied the line from the frog's mouth and told him he might rest and play by the lake till they got back from the forest. Then she and her sister and the boy walked on, with the great forest looming before them. But they had by this time come far, and were very tired, and felt glad enough to see some smoke curling up from a little hut in front of them. "Let us go in and ask for some water," said the eagle's wife. And in they went. The inside of the hut was so dark that at first they could see nothing at all. But presently they heard a feeble croak from one corner. But sisters turned to look, and there, tied by wings and feet, and their eyes sunken, were the husbands that they sought. Quick as lightning, the wives cut the deer thongs which bound them. But the poor birds were too weak from pain and starvation to do more than utter soft sounds of joy. Hardly, however, were they set free, than a voice of thunder made the two sisters jump, while the little boy clung tightly round his mother's neck. "What are you doing in my house?" cried she. And the wives answered boldly that now they had found their husbands, they meant to save them from such a wicked witch. "Well, I will give you your chance," answered the ogress with a hideous grin. We will see if you can slide down this mountain. If you can reach the bottom of the cavern, you shall have your husbands back again." And as she spoke, she pushed them before her out of the door to the edge of a precipice, which went straight down several hundreds of feet. Unseen by the witch, the frog's mother fastened one end of the magic line about her and whispered to the little boy to hold fast the other. She had scarcely done so when the witch turned round. "You don't seem to like your bargain," said she. But the girl answered, "Oh yes, I am quite ready. I was only waiting for you." And sitting down, she began her slide. On she went, down to such a depth that even the witch's eyes could not follow her. But she took for granted that the woman was dead and told the sister to take her place. At that instant, however, the head of the elder appeared above the rock. Brought upwards by the magic line, the witch gave a howl of disgust and hid her face in her hands, thus giving the younger sister time to fasten the cord to her waist before the ogress looked up. "You can't expect such luck twice," she said, and the girl sat down and slid over the edge. But in a few minutes, she too was back again, and the witch saw that she had failed and feared lest her power was going. Trembling with rage though she was, she dared not show it, and only laughed hideously. "I shan't let my prisoners go as easily as all that," she said. "Make my hair grow as thick and as black as yours, or else your husbands shall never see daylight again." "That is quite simple," replied the elder sister. "Only you must do as we did, and perhaps you won't like the treatment." "If you can bear it, of course I can," answered the witch. And so the girls told her they had first smeared their heads with pitch and then laid hot stones upon them. "It is very painful," said they, "but there is no other way that we know of. And in order to make sure that all will go right, one of us will hold you down while the other pours on the pitch." And so they did. And the elder sister let down her hair till it hung over the witch's eyes, so that she might believe it was her own hair growing. Then the other brought a huge stone, and in short, there was an end of the witch. The sisters were savages who had never seen a missionary. So when the sisters saw that she was dead, they went to the hut and nursed their husbands till they grew strong. Then they picked up the frog, and all went to make another home on the other side of the great lake. The Frog and the Lion, Fairy, from the Journal of the Anthropological Institute. Once upon a time, there lived a king who was always at war with his neighbors, which was very strange, as he was a good and kind man, quite content with his own country, and not wanting to seize land belonging to other people. Perhaps he may have tried too much to please everybody, and that often ends in pleasing nobody. But at any rate, he found himself at the end of a hard struggle, defeated in battle, and obliged to fall back behind the walls of his capital city. Once there, he began to make preparations for a long siege, and the first thing he did was to plan how best to send his wife to a place of security. The queen, who loved her husband dearly, would gladly have remained with him to share his dangers, but he would not allow it. So they parted with many tears, and the queen set out with a strong guard to a fortified castle on the outskirts of a great forest, some 200 miles distant. She cried nearly all the way, and when she arrived, she cried still more, for everything in the castle was dusty and old, and outside there was only a graveled courtyard, and the king had forbidden her to go beyond the walls without at least 2 soldiers to take care of her. Now the queen had only been married a few months, and in her own home she had been used to walk and ride all over the hills without any attendance at all. So she felt very dull at her being shut up in this way. However, she bore it for a long while because it was the king's wish. But when time passed, and there were no signs of the war drifting in the direction of the castle, she grew bolder, and sometimes strayed outside the walls, in the direction of the forest. Then came a cheerful period, when news from the king ceased entirely. He must surely be ill or dead, thought the poor girl, who even now was only 16. I can bear it no longer, and if I do not get a letter from him soon, I shall leave this horrible place and go back to see what is the matter. Oh, I do wish I had never come away. So, without telling anyone what she intended to do, she ordered a little low carriage to be built, something like a sledge, only it was on 2 wheels, just big enough to hold 1 person. I am tired of being always in the castle, she said to her attendants, and I mean to hunt a little, quite close by, of course, she added, seeing the anxious look on their faces. And there is no reason that you should not hunt, too. All the faces brightened at that, for, to tell the truth, they were nearly as dull as their mistress. So the queen had her way, and 2 beautiful horses were brought from the stable to draw the little chariot. At first, the queen took care to keep near the rest of the hunt, but gradually she stayed away longer and longer, and at last, one morning, she took advantage of the appearance of a wild boar, after which her whole court instantly galloped, to turn into a path in the opposite direction. Unluckily, it did not happen to lead towards the king's palace, where she intended to go. But she was so afraid her flight would be noticed that she whipped up her horses till they ran away. When she understood what was happening, the poor young queen was terribly frightened, and dropping the reins, clung to the side of the chariot. The horses, thus left without any control, dashed blindly against a tree, and the queen was flung out on the ground, where she lay for some minutes unconscious. A rustling sound near her at length caused her to open her eyes. Before her stood a huge woman, almost a giantess, without any clothes save a lion's skin, which was thrown over her shoulders, while a dried snake's skin was plaited into her hair. In one hand, she held a club on which she leaned, and in the other, a quiver full of arrows. At the sight of this strange figure, the queen thought she must be dead, and gazing on an inhabitant of another world. So she murmured softly to herself, "I am not surprised that people are so loath to die when they know that they will see such horrible creatures." But low as she spoke, the giantess caught the words and began to laugh. "Oh, don't be afraid. You are still alive, and perhaps, after all, you may be sorry for it. I am the Lion Fairy, and you are going to spend the rest of your days with me in my palace, which is quite near this. So come along." But the queen shrank back in horror. "Oh, Madam Lion, take me back, I pray you, to my castle, and fix what ransom you like, for my husband will pay it, whatever it is." But the giantess shook her head. "I am rich enough already," she answered, "but I am often dull, and I think you may amuse me a little." And so saying, she changed her shape into that of a lion, and throwing the queen across her back, she went down the 10,000 steps that led to her palace. The lion had reached the center of the earth before she stopped in front of a house, lighted with lamps, and built on the edge of a lake of quicksilver. In this lake, various huge monsters might be seen playing or fighting. The queen did not know which. And around flew rooks and ravens, uttering dismal croaks. In the distance was a mountain down whose sides waters slowly coursed. These were the tears of unhappy lovers. And nearer the gate were trees without either fruit of flowers, while nettles and brambles covered the ground. If the castle had been gloomy, what did the queen feel about this? For some days, the queen was so much shaken by all she had gone through that she lay with her eyes closed, unable either to move or speak. When she got better, the Lion Fairy told her that if she liked, she could build herself a cabin, as she would have to spend her life in that place. At these words, the queen burst into tears and implored her jailer to put her to death rather than condemn her to such a life. But the Lion Fairy only laughed and counseled her to try to make herself pleasant, as many worse things might befall her. "Is there no way in which I can touch your heart?" asked the poor girl in despair. "Well, if you really wish to please me, you will make me a pasty out of the stings of bees, and be sure it is good." "But I don't see any bees," answered the queen, looking round. "Oh, no, there aren't any," replied her tormentor, "but you will have to find them all the same." And so saying, she went away. "After all, what does it matter?" thought the queen to herself. "I have only one life, and I can but lose it." And not caring what she did, she left the palace, and seating herself under a yew tree, poured out all her grief. "Oh, my dear husband," wept she, "what will you think when you come to the castle to fetch me and find me gone? Rather 1,000 times that you should fancy me dead than imagine that I had forgotten you. Ah, how fortunate that the broken chariot should be lying in the wood, for then you may grieve for me as one devoured by wild beasts. And if another should take my place in your heart, well, at least I shall never know it." She might have continued for long in this fashion had not the voice of a crow directly overhead attracted her attention. Looking up to see what was the matter, she beheld, in the dim light, a crow holding a fat frog in his claws, which he evidently intended for his supper. The queen rose hastily from the seat, and striking the bird sharply on the claws with the fan which hung from her side, she forced him to drop the frog, which fell to the ground more dead than alive. The crow, furious at his disappointment, flew angrily away. As soon as the frog had recovered her senses, she hopped up to the queen, who was still sitting under the yew. Standing on her hind legs and bowing low before her, she said gently, "Beautiful lady, by what mischance do you come here? You are the only creature that I have seen do a kind deed since a fatal curiosity lured me to this place. What sort of a frog can you be that knows the language of mortals?" asked the queen in her turn. "But if you do, tell me, I pray, if I alone am a captive, for hitherto I have beheld no one but the monsters of the lake. Once upon a time, they were men and women like yourself," answered the frog. "But having power in their hands, they used it for their own pleasure. Therefore, fate has sent them here for a while to bear the punishment of their misdoings. But you, friend frog, you are not one of these wicked people, I am sure?" asked the queen. "I am half a fairy," replied the frog. "But although I have certain magic gifts, I am not able to do all I wish. And if the lion fairy were to know of my presence in her kingdom, she would hasten to kill me. But if you are a fairy, how was it that you were so nearly slain by the crow?" said the queen, wrinkling her forehead. "Because the secret of my power lies in my little cap that is made of rose leaves. But I had laid it aside for the moment when that horrible crow pounced upon me. Once it is on my head, I fear nothing. But let me repeat, had it not been for you, I could not have escaped death. And if I can do anything to help you, or soften your hard fate, you have only to tell me." "Alas," sighed the queen, "I have been commanded by the lion fairy to make her a pasty out of the stings of bees. And as far as I can discover, there are none here, as how should there be, seeing there are no flowers for them to feed on? And even if there were, how could I catch them?" "Leave it to me," said the frog. "I will manage it for you." And uttering a strange noise, she struck the ground thrice with her foot. In an instant, 6,000 frogs appeared before her, one of them bearing a little cap. "Cover yourselves with honey and hop round by the beehives," commanded the frog, putting on the cap, which her friend was holding in her mouth. And turning to the queen, he added, "The lion fairy keeps a store of bees in a secret place near to the bottom of the 10,000 steps leading into the upper world. Not that she wants them for herself, but they are sometimes useful to her in punishing her victims. However, this time we will get the better of her." Just as she had finished speaking, the 6,000 frogs returned, looking so strange with bees sticking to every part of them that, sad as she felt, the poor queen could not help laughing. The bees were all so stupefied with what they had eaten that it was possible to draw their stings without hunting them. So, with the help of her friend, the queen soon made ready her pasty and carried it to the lion fairy. "Not enough pepper?" said the giantess, gulping down large morsels in order to hide the surprise she felt. "Well, you have escaped this time, and I am glad to find I have got a companion a little more intelligent than the others I have tried. Now, you had better go and build yourself a house." So the queen wandered away, and picking up a small axe which lay near the door, she began, with the help of her friend the frog, to cut down some cypress trees for the purpose. And not content with that, the 6,000 froggy servants were told to help also. And it was not long before they had built the prettiest little cabin in the world, and made a bed in one corner of dried ferns which they fetched from the top of the 10,000 steps. It looked soft and comfortable, and the queen was very glad to lie down upon it. So tired was she with all that had happened since the morning. Scarcely, however, had she fallen asleep when the lake monsters began to make the most horrible noises just outside, while a small dragon crept in and terrified her so that she ran away, which was just what the dragon wanted. The poor queen crouched under a rock for the rest of the night, and the next morning, when she woke from her troubled dreams, she was cheered at seeing the frog watching by her. "I hear we shall have to build you another palace," said she. "Well, this time we won't go so near the lake." And she smiled with her funny, wide mouth, till the queen took heart, and they went together to find wood for the new cabin. The tiny palace was soon ready, and a fresh bed made of wild thyme, which smelt delicious. Neither the queen nor the frog said anything about it, but somehow, as always happens, the story came to the ears of the lion fairy, and she sent a raven to fetch the culprit. "What curse or men are protecting you?" she asked with a frown. "This earth, dried up by a constant rain of sulfur and fire, produces nothing. Yet I hear that your bed is made of sweet-smelling herbs. However, as you can get flowers for yourself, of course you can get them for me. And in an hour's time, I must have in my room a nosegay of the rarest flowers. If not, now you can go." The poor queen returned to her house, looking so sad that the frog, who was waiting for her, noticed it directly. "What is the matter?" said she, smiling. "Oh, how can you laugh?" replied the queen. "This time I have to bring her in an hour a posy of the rarest flowers. And where am I to find them? If I fail, I know she will kill me. Well, I must see if I can't help you," answered the frog. "The only person I have made friends with here is a bat. She is a good creature and always does what I tell her, so I will just lend her my cap, and if she puts it on and flies into the world, she will bring back all we want. I would go myself, only she will be quicker." Then the queen dried her eyes and waited patiently. And long before the hour had gone by, the bat flew in with all the most beautiful and sweetest flowers that grew on the earth. The girl sprang up, overjoyed at the sight, and hurried with them to the lion fairy, who was so astonished that for once she had nothing to say. Now the smell and touch of the flowers had made the queen sick with longing for her home, and she told the frog that she would certainly die if she did not manage to escape somehow. "Let me consult my cap," said the frog, and taking it off, she laid it in a box and threw in after it a few sprigs of juniper, some capers, and 2 peas, which she carried under her right leg. She then shut down the lid of the box and murmured some words which the queen did not catch. In a few moments, a voice was heard speaking from the box. "Fate, who rules us all," said the voice, "forbids your leaving this place till the time shall come when certain things are fulfilled. But instead, a gift shall be given you. which will comfort you in all your troubles." And the voice spoke truly, for a few days after, when the frog peeped in at the door, she found the most beautiful baby in the world lying by the side of the queen. "So the cap has kept its word," cried the frog with delight. "How soft its cheeks are, and what tiny feet it has got. What shall we call it?" This was a very important point and needed much discussion. 1,000 names were proposed and rejected for 1,000 silly reasons. One was another reminded the queen of somebody she did not like. But at length, an idea flashed into the queen's head, and she called out, "I know! We will call her Muffet." "That is the very thing!" shouted the frog, jumping high into the air. And so it was settled. The Princess Muffet was about 6 months old when the frog noticed that the queen had begun to grow sad again. "Why do you have that look in your eyes?" she asked one day when she had come in to play with the baby, who could now crawl. The way they played their game was to let Muffet creep close to the frog, and then for the frog to bound high into the air and alight on the child's head, or back, or legs, when she always sent up a shout of pleasure. There is no play fellow like a frog, but then it must be a fairy frog, or else you might hurt it. And if you did, something dreadful might happen to you. Well, as I have said, our frog was struck with the queen's sad face and lost no time in asking her what was the reason. "I don't see what you have to complain of now. Muffet is quite well and quite happy, and even the lion fairy is kind to her when she sees her. What is it?" "Oh, if her father could only see her," broke forth the queen, clasping her hands. "Or if I could only tell him all that has happened since we parted. But they will have brought him tidings of the broken carriage, and he will have thought me dead or devoured by wild beasts. And though he will mourn for me long, I know that well. Yet in time they will persuade him to take a wife, and she will be young and fair, and he will forget me." And in all this the queen guessed truly, save that 9 long years were to pass before he would consent to put another in her place. The frog answered nothing at the time, but stopped her game and hopped away among the cypress trees. Here she sat and thought and thought. And the next morning she went back to the queen and said, "I have come, madam, to make you an offer. Shall I go to the king instead of you, and tell him of your sufferings, and that he has the most charming baby in the world for his daughter? The way is long, and I travel slowly, but sooner or later I shall be sure to arrive. Only, are you not afraid to be left without my protection? Ponder the matter carefully. It is for you to decide." "Oh, it needs no pondering," cried the queen joyfully. holding up her clasped hands and making Muffet do likewise in token of gratitude. But in order that he may know that you have come from me, I will send him a letter. And pricking her arm, she wrote a few words with her blood on the corner of her handkerchief. Then, tearing it off, she gave it to the frog, and they bade each other farewell. It took the frog 1 year and 4 days to mount the 10,000 steps that led to the upper world. But that was because she was still under the spell of a wicked fairy. By the time she reached the top, she was so tired that she had to remain for another year on the banks of a stream to rest, and also to arrange the procession with which she was to present herself before the king. For she knew far too well what was due to herself and her relations to appear at court as if she was a mere nobody. At length, after many consultations with her cap, the affair was settled. And at the end of the 2nd year, after her parting with the queen, they all set out. First walked her bodyguard of grasshoppers, followed by her maids of honor, who were those tiny green frogs you see in the fields, each one mounted on a snail and seated on a velvet saddle. Next came the water rats, dressed as pages, and lastly the frog herself, in a litter borne by 8 toads and made of tortoise shell. Here she could lie at her ease, with her cap on her head, for it was quite large and roomy, and could easily have held 2 eggs when the frog was not in it. The journey lasted 7 years, and all this time the queen suffered tortures of hope, though Muffet did her best to comfort her. Indeed, she would most likely have died had not the lion fairy taken a fancy that the child and her mother should go hunting with her in the upper world. And, in spite of her sorrows, it was always a joy to the queen to see the sun again. As for little Muffet, by the time she was 7, her arrows seldom missed their mark. So, after all, the years of waiting passed more quickly than the queen had dared to hope. The frog was always careful to maintain her dignity, and nothing would have persuaded her to show her face in public places, or even along the high road, where there was a chance of meeting anyone. But sometimes, when the procession had to cross a little stream or go over a piece of marshy ground, orders would be given for a halt. Fine clothes were thrown off, bridles were flung aside, and grasshoppers, water rats, even the frog herself, spent a delightful hour or 2 playing in the mud. But at length, the end was in sight, and the hardships were forgotten in the vision of the towers of the king's palace. And one bright morning, the cavalcade entered the gates with all the pomp and circumstance of a royal embassy. And surely no ambassador had ever created such a sensation. Door and windows, even the roofs of houses, were filled with people whose cheers reached the ears of the king. However, he had no time to attend to such matters just then, as, after 9 years, he had at last consented to the entreaties of his courtiers, and was on the eve of celebrating his second marriage. The frog's heart beat high when her litter drew up before the steps of the palace, and leaning forward, she beckoned to her side one of the guards who were standing in his doorway. "I wish to see His Majesty," said he. "His Majesty is engaged and can see no one," answered the soldier. "His Majesty will see me," returned the frog, fixing her eye upon him. And somehow the man found himself leading the procession along the gallery into the Hall of Audience, where the king sat surrounded by his nobles, arranging the dresses which everyone was to wear at his marriage ceremony. All stared in surprise as the procession advanced, and still more when the frog gave one bound from the litter onto the floor, and with another landed on the arm of the chair of state. "I am only just in time, sire," began the frog. "Had I been a day later, you would have broken your faith, which you swore to the Queen 9 years ago. Her remembrance will always be dear to me," answered the king gently, though all present expected him to rebuke the frog severely for her impertinence. But know, Lady Frog, that a king can seldom do as he wishes, but must be bound by the desires of his subjects. For 9 years I have resisted them. Now I can do so no longer, and have made choice of the fair young maiden playing at ball yonder. You cannot wed her, however fair she may be, for the queen your wife is still alive, and sends you this letter written in her own blood," said the frog, holding out the square of handkerchief as she spoke. "And what is more, you have a daughter who is nearly 9 years old, and more beautiful than all the other children in the world put together." The king turned pale when he heard these words, and his hand trembled so that he could hardly read what the queen had written. Then he kissed the handkerchief twice or thrice and burst into tears. And it was some minutes before he could speak. When at length he found his voice, he told his counselors that the writing was indeed that of the queen. And now that he had the joy of knowing she was alive, he could, of course, proceed no further with his second marriage. This naturally displeased the ambassadors who had conducted the bride to court, and one of them inquired indignantly if he meant to put such an insult on the princess on the word of a mere frog. "I am not a mere frog, and I will give you proof of it," retorted the angry little creature. And putting on her cap, she cried, "Fairies that are my friends, come hither." And in a moment, a crowd of beautiful creatures, each one with a crown on her head, stood before her. Certainly, none could have guessed that they were the snails, water rats, and grasshoppers from which she had chosen her retinue. At a sign from the frog, the fairies danced a ballet, with which everyone was so delighted that they begged to have to repeat it. But now it was not youths and maidens who were dancing, but flowers. Then these again melted into fountains, whose waters interlaced and rushing down the sides of the hall, poured out in a cascade down the steps, and formed a river, found the castle, with the most beautiful little boats upon it, all painted and gilded. "Oh, let us go in them for a sail," cried the princess, who had long ago left her game of ball for a sight of these marvels. And, as she was bent upon it, the ambassadors, who had been charged never to lose sight of her, were obliged to go also, though they never entered a boat if they could help it. But the moment they and the princess had seated themselves on the soft cushions, river and boats vanished, and the princess and the ambassadors vanished too. Instead, the snails and grasshoppers and water rats stood round the frog in their natural shapes. "Perhaps," said she, "Your Majesty may now be convinced that I am a fairy and speak the truth. Therefore, lose no time in setting in order the affairs of your kingdom and go in search of your wife. Here is a ring that will admit you into the presence of the queen, and will likewise allow you to address unharmed the lion fairy, though she is the most terrible creature that ever existed." By this time, the king had forgotten all about the princess, whom he had only chosen to please his people, and was as eager to depart on his journey as the frog was for him to go. He made one of his ministers regent of the kingdom, and gave the frog everything her heart could desire. And with her ring on his finger, he rode away to the outskirts of the forest. Here he dismounted, and bidding his horse go home, he pushed forward on foot, having nothing to guide him as to where he was likely to find the entrance of the underworld. The king wandered hither and thither for a long while, till one day, while he was resting under a tree, a voice spoke to him. "Why do you give yourself so much trouble for naught, when you might know what you want to know for the asking? Alone, you will never discover the path that leads to your wife." Much startled, the king looked about him. He could see nothing, and somehow, when he thought about it, the voice seemed as if it were part of himself. Suddenly, his eyes fell on the ring, and he understood. "Fool that I was," cried he, "and how much precious time have I wasted. Dear ring, I beseech you, grant me a vision of my wife and my daughter." And even as he spoke, there flashed past him a huge lioness, followed by a lady and a beautiful young maid, mounted on fairy horses. Almost fainting with joy, he gazed after them, and then sank back, trembling on the ground. "Oh, lead me to them, lead me to them," he exclaimed. And the ring, bidding him take courage, conducted him safely to the dismal place where his wife had lived for 10 years. Now the lion fairy knew beforehand of his expected presence in her dominions, and she ordered a palace of crystal to be built in the middle of the lake of quicksilver. And in order to make it more difficult of approach, she let it float whither it would. Immediately after their return from the chase, where the king had seen them, she conveyed the queen and Muffet into the palace and put them under the guard of the monsters of the lake, who one and all had fallen in love with the princess. They were horribly jealous and ready to eat each other up for her sake, so they readily accepted the charge. Some stationed themselves round the floating palace, some sat by the door, while the smallest and lightest perched themselves on the roof. Of course, the king was quite ignorant of these arrangements, and boldly entered the palace of the lion fairy, who was waiting for him, with her tail lashing furiously, for she still kept her lion's shape. With a roar that shook the walls, she flung herself upon him, but he was on the watch, and a blow from his sword cut off the paw she had put forth to strike him dead. She fell back, and with his helmet still on and his shield up, he set his foot on her throat. "Give me back the wife and the child you have stolen from me," he said, "or you shall not live another second." But the fairy answered, "Look through the window at that lake and see if it is in my power to give them to you." And the king looked, and through the crystal walls he beheld his wife and daughter floating on the quicksilver. At that sight, the lion fairy and all her wickedness was forgotten. Flinging off his helmet, he shouted to them with all his might. The queen knew his voice, and she and Muffet ran to the window and held out their hands. Then the king swore a solemn oath that he would never leave the spot without taking them, if it should cost him his life. And he meant it, though at the moment he did not know what he was undertaking. 3 years passed by, and the king was no nearer to obtaining his heart's desire. He had suffered every hardship that could be imagined. Nettles had been his bed, wild fruits more bitter than gall his food, while his days had been spent in fighting the hideous monsters which kept him from the palace. He had not advanced one single step, nor gained one solitary advantage. Now he was almost in despair, and ready to defy everything and throw himself into the lake. It was at this moment of his blackest misery that one night a dragon, who had long watched him from the roof, crept to his side. "You thought that love would conquer all obstacles," said he. "Well, you have found it hasn't. But if you will swear to me, by your crown and scepter, that you will give me a dinner of the food that I never grow tired of, whenever I choose to ask for it. I will enable you to reach your wife and daughter." Ah, how glad the king was to hear that. What oath would he not have taken so as to clasp his wife and child in his arms? Joyfully, he swore whatever the dragon asked of him. Then he jumped on his back, and in another instant would have been carried by the strong wings into the castle, if the nearest monsters had not happened to awake and hear the noise of talking and swum to the shore to give battle. The fight was long and hard, and when the king at last beat back his foes, another struggle awaited him. At the entrance, gigantic bats, owls, and crows set upon him from all sides. But the dragon had teeth and claws, while the queen broke off sharp bits of glass and stabbed and cut in her anxiety to help her husband. At length, the horrible creatures flew away. A sound like thunder was heard. The palace and the monsters vanished, while, at the same moment, no one knew how, the king found himself standing with his wife and daughter in the hall of his own home. The dragon had disappeared with all the rest, and for some years no more was heard or thought of him. Muffet grew every day more beautiful, and when she was 14, the kings and emperors of the neighboring countries sent to ask her in marriage for themselves or their sons. For a long time, the girl turned a deaf ear to all their prayers, but at length, a young prince of rare gifts touched her heart. And though the king had left her free to choose what husband she would, he had secretly hoped that out of all the wooers, this one might be his son-in-law. So they were betrothed that someday, with great pomp. And then, with many tears, the prince set out for his father's court, bearing with him a portrait of Muffet. The days passed slowly to Muffet, in spite of her brave efforts to occupy herself and not to sadden other people by her complaints. One morning, she was playing on her harp in the queen's chamber when the king burst into the room and clasped his daughter in his arms with an energy that almost frightened her. "Oh, my child, my dear child, why were you ever born?" cried he, as soon as he could speak. "Is the prince dead?" faltered Muffet, growing white and cold. No, but, oh, how can I tell you?" And he sank down on a pile of cushions while his wife and daughter knelt beside him. At length, he was able to tell his tale, and a terrible one it was. There had just arrived at court a huge giant, as ambassador from the dragon, by whose help the king had rescued the queen and Muffet from the crystal palace. The dragon had been very busy for many years past, and had quite forgotten the princess till the news of her betrothal reached his ears. Then he remembered the bargain he had made with her father, and the more he heard of Muffet, the more he felt sure she would make a delicious dish. So he had ordered the giant, who was his servant, to fetch her at once. No words would paint the horror of both the queen and the princess as they listened to this dreadful doom. They rushed instantly to the hall, where the giant was awaiting them, and flinging themselves at his feet, implored him to take the kingdom if he would, but to have pity on the princess. The giant looked at them kindly, for he was not at all hard-hearted, but said that he had no power to do anything, and that if the princess did not go with him quietly, the dragon would come himself. Several days went by, and the king and queen hardly ceased from entreating the aid of the giant, who by this time was getting weary of waiting. "There is only one way of helping you," he said at last, "and that is to marry the princess to my nephew, who, besides being young and handsome, has been trained in magic, and will know how to keep her safe from the dragon." "Oh, thank you, cried the parents, clasping his great hands to their breasts. "You have indeed lifted a load from us. She shall have half the kingdom for her dowry." But Muffet stood up and thrust them aside. "I will not buy my life with faithlessness," she said proudly, "and I will go with you this moment to the dragon's abode." And all her father's and mother's tears and prayers availed nothing to move her. The next morning, Muffet was put into a litter, and, guarded by the giant, and followed by the king and queen and the weeping maids of honor, they started for the foot of the mountain where the dragon had his castle. The way, though rough and stony, seemed all too short, and when they reached the spot appointed by the dragon, the giant ordered the men who bore the litter to stand still. "It is time for you to bid farewell to your daughter," said he, "for I see the dragon coming to us." It was true. A cloud appeared to pass over the sun, for between them and it they could all discern dimly a huge body, half a mile long, approaching nearer and nearer. At first, the king could not believe that this was the small beast who had seemed so friendly on the shore of the lake of Quicksilver. But then he knew very little of necromancy, and had never studied the art of expanding and contracting his body. But it was the dragon, and nothing else, whose 6 wings were carrying him forward as fast as might be, considering his great weight and the length of his tail, which had 50 twists and a half. He came quickly, yes, but the frog, mounted on a greyhound and wearing her cap on her head, went quicker still, entering a room where the prince was sitting, gazing at the portrait of his betrothed. She cried to him, "What are you doing, lingering here, when the life of the princess is nearing its last moment?" In the courtyard, you will find a green horse with 3 heads and 12 feet, and by its side a sword 18 yards long. Hasten, lest you should be too late." The fight lasted all day, and the prince's strength was well nigh spent, when the dragon, thinking that the victory was won, opened his jaws to give a roar of triumph. The prince saw his chance, and before his foe could shut his mouth again, had plunged his sword far down his adversary's throat. There was a desperate clutching of the claws to the earth, a slow flagging of the great wings. Then the monster rolled over on his side and moved no more. Mafet was delivered. After this, they all went back to the palace. The marriage took place the following day, and Mafet and her husband lived happy forever after. The Adventures of Covan, the Brown-Haired, from Les Contes des Fées, par Madame d'Aulnoy. On the shores of the west, where the great hills stand with their feet in the sea, dwelt a goatherd and his wife, together with their 3 sons and 1 daughter. All day long, the young men fished and hunted, while their sister took out the kids to pasture on the mountain, or stayed at home helping her mother and mending the nets. For several years, they all lived happily together. When one day, as the girl was out on the hill with the kids, the sun grew dark and an air cold as a thick white mist came creeping up from the sea. She rose with a shiver and tried to call to her kids, but the voice died away in her throat, and strong arms seemed to hold her. Loud were the wails in the hut by the sea when the hours passed on and the maiden came not. Many times the father and brothers jumped up, thinking they heard her steps, but in the thick darkness they could scarcely see their own hands, nor could they tell where the river lay, nor where the mountain. One by one, the kids came home, and at every bleat, someone hurried to open the door, but no sound broke the stillness. Through the night, no one slept, and when morning broke and the mist rolled back, they sought the maiden by sea and by land, but never a trace of her could be found anywhere. Thus, a year and a day slipped by, and at the end of it, Gorla of the flocks and his wife seemed suddenly to have grown old. Their sons, too, were sadder than before, for they loved their sister well, and had never ceased to mourn for her. At length, Ardan, the eldest, spoke and said, "It is now a year and a day since our sister was taken from us, and we have waited in grief and patience for her to return. Surely some evil has befallen her, or she would have sent us a token to put our hearts at rest. And I have vowed to myself that my eyes shall not know sleep, till, living or dead, I have found her. If you have vowed, then must you keep your vow," answered Gorla. But better had it been if you had first asked your father's leave before you made it. Yet, since it is so, your mother will bake you a cake for you to carry with you on your journey. Who can tell how long it may be? So the mother arose and baked not one cake, but two, a big one and a little one. "Choose, my son," said she. "Will you have the little cake with your mother's blessing, or the big one without it, in that you have set aside your father and taken on yourself to make a vow?" "I will have the large cake," answered the youth. "For what good would my mother's blessing do for me if I was dying of hunger?" And taking the big cake, he went his way. Straight on he strode, letting neither hill nor river hinder him. Swiftly he walked, swiftly as the wind that blew down the mountain. The eagles and the gulls looked on from their nests as he passed, leaving the deer behind him. But at length he stopped, for hunger had seized on him, and he could walk no more. Trembling with fatigue, he sat himself on a rock and broke a piece off his cake. "Spare me a morsel, Ardan, son of Gorla," asked a raven, fluttering down towards him. "Seek food elsewhere, O bearer of ill news," answered Ardan, son of Gorla. "It is but little I have for myself." And he stretched himself out for a few moments, then rose to his feet again. On and on went he, till the little birds flew to their nests, and the brightness died out of the sky, and a darkness fell over the earth. On and on and on, till at last he saw a beam of light streaming from a house, and hastened towards it. The door was opened, and he entered, but paused when he beheld an old man lying on a bench by the fire, while seated opposite him was a maiden combing out the locks of her golden hair with a comb of silver. "Welcome, fair youth," said the old man, turning his head. "Sit down and warm yourself, and tell me how fares the outer world. It is long since I have seen it." "All my news is that I am seeking service," answered Ardan, son of Gorla. "I have come from far since sunrise, and glad was I to see the rays of your lamp stream into the darkness. I need someone to herd my 3 dun cows, which are hornless," said the old man. "If, for the space of a year, you can bring them back to me each evening before the sun sets, I will make you payment that will satisfy your soul." But here the girl looked up and answered quickly, "Ill will come of it if he listens to your offer. Counsel unsought is worth nothing," replied rudely Ardan, son of Gorla. "It would be little indeed that I am fit for if I cannot drive 3 cows out to pasture and keep them safe from the wolves that may come down from the mountains. Therefore, good father, I will take service with you at daybreak, and ask no payment till the new year dawns. Next morning, the bell of the deer was not heard amongst the fern, before the maiden, with the hair of gold, had milked the cows, and led them in front of the cottage where the old man and Ardan, son of Gorla, awaited them. "Let them wander where they will," he said to his servant, "and never seek to turn them from their way, for well they know the fields of good pasture. But take heed to follow always behind them, and suffer nothing that you see, and naught that you hear, to draw you into leaving them. Now go, and may wisdom go with you." As he ceased speaking, he touched one of the cows on her forehead, and she stepped along the path, with the two others, one on each side, as he had been bidden. Behind them came Ardan, son of Gorla, rejoicing in his heart that work so easy had fallen to his lot. At the year's end, thought he, enough money would lie in his pocket to carry him into far countries where his sister might be. And, in the meanwhile, someone might come past who could give him tidings of her. Thus he spoke to himself, when his eyes fell on a golden cock and a silver hen running swiftly along the grass in front of him. In a moment, the words that the old man had uttered vanished from his mind, and he gave chase. They were so near that he could almost seize their tails, yet each time he felt sure he could catch them. His fingers closed on the empty air. At length, he could run no more, and stopped to breathe, while the cock and hen went on as before. Then he remembered the cows, and, somewhat frightened, turned back to seek them. Luckily, they had not strayed far, and were quietly feeding on the thick green grass. Ardan, son of Gorla, was sitting under a tree when he beheld a staff of gold and a staff of silver doubling themselves in strange ways on the meadow in front of him. And starting up, he hastened towards them. He followed them till he was tired, but he could not catch them, though they seemed ever within his reach. When at last he gave up the quest, his knees trembled beneath him for very weariness, and glad was he to see a tree growing close by laid with fruits of different sorts, of which he ate greedily. The sun was by now low in the heavens, and the cows left off feeding, and turned their faces home again, followed by Ardan, son of Gorla. At the door of their stable, the maiden stood awaiting them, and saying naught to their herd, she sat down and began to milk. But it was not milk that flowed into her pail. Instead, it was filled with a thin stream of water. And as she rose up from the last cow, the old man appeared outside. "Faithless one, you have betrayed your trust," he said to Ardan, son of Gorla. "Not even for one day could you keep true. Well, you shall have your reward at once, that others may take warning from you." and waving his wand, he touched with it the chest of the youth, who became a pillar of stone. Now Gorla of the flocks and his wife were full of grief that they had lost a son as well as a daughter, for no tidings had come to them of Ardon, their eldest born. At length, when 2 years and 2 days had passed since the maiden had led her kids to feed on the mountain and had been seen no more, Ruais, second son of Gorla, rose up one morning and said, "Time is long without my sister and Ardon my brother. So I have vowed to seek them wherever they may be." And his father answered, "Better it had been if you had first asked my consent and that of your mother. But as you have vowed, so must you do." Then he bade his wife make a cake, but instead she made 2, and offered Ruais his choice, as she had done to Ardon. Like Ardon, Ruais chose the large, unblessed cake, and set forth on his way, doing always, though he knew it not, that which Ardon had done. So, needless is it to tell what befell him, till he too stood, a pillar of stone, on the hill behind the cottage, so that all men might see the fate that awaited those who broke their faith. Another year and a day passed by, when Covan the brown-haired, youngest son of Gorla of the flocks, one morning spake to his parents, saying, "It is more than 3 years since my sister left us. My brothers have also gone, no one know whither, and of us 4 none remains but I. No, therefore I long to seek them, and I pray you and my mother to place no hindrance in my way." And his father answered, "Go, then, and take our blessing with you." So the wife of Gorla of the flocks baked 2 cakes, one large and one small. And Covan took the small one and started on his quest. In the wood, he felt hungry, for he had walked far, and he sat down to eat. Suddenly, a voice behind him cried, "A bit for me! A bit for me!" And looking round, he beheld the black raven of the wilderness. "Yes, you shall have a bit," said Covan the brown-haired, and breaking off a piece, he stretched it upwards to the raven, who ate it greedily. Then Covan arose and went forward, till he saw the light from the cottage streaming before him, and glad was he, for night was at hand. "Maybe I shall find some work there," he thought, "and at least I shall gain money to help me in my search. For who knows how far my sister and my brothers may have wandered." The door stood open, and he entered, and the old man gave him welcome, and the golden-haired maiden likewise. As happened before, he was offered by the old man to herd his cows, and, as she had done to his brothers, the maiden counseled him to leave such work alone. But instead of answering rudely, like both Ardon and Ruais, he thanked her with courtesy, though he had no mind to heed her, and he listened to the warnings and words of his new master. Next day, he set forth at dawn with the dun cows in front of him, and followed patiently wherever they might lead him. On the way, he saw the gold cock and silver hen, which ran even closer to him than they had done to his brothers. Sorely tempted, he longed to give them chase, but remembering in time that he had been bidden to look neither to the right nor to the left, with a mighty effort he turned his eyes away. Then the gold and silver staffs seemed to spring from the earth before him. But this time also he overcame. And though the fruit from the magic tree almost touched his mouth, he brushed it aside and went steadily on. That day, the cows wandered farther than ever they had done before, and never stopped till they had reached a moor where the heather was burning. The fire was fierce, but the cows took no heed and walked steadily through it, Covan the brown-haired following them. Next, they plunged into a foaming river, and Covan plunged in after them, though the water came high above his waist. On the other side of the river lay a wide plain, and here the cows lay down, while Covan looked about him. Near him was a house built of yellow stone, and from it came sweet songs, and Covan listened, and his heart grew light within him. While he was thus waiting, there ran up to him a youth, scarcely able to speak, so swiftly had he sped, and he cried aloud, "Hasten, hasten, Covan the brown-haired, for your cows are in the corn, and you must drive them out." "Nay," said Covan, smiling. "It had been easier for you to have driven them out than to come here to tell me." And he went on listening to the music. Very soon, the same youth returned and cried with panting breath, "Out upon you, Covan, son of Gorla, that you stand there agape, for our dogs are chasing your cows, and you must drive them off." "Nay then," answered Covan as before, "it had been easier for you to call off your dogs than to come here to tell me." And he stayed where he was till the music ceased. Then he turned to look for the cows, and found them all lying in the place where he had left them. But when they saw Covan, they rose up and walked homewards, taking a different path to that they had trod in the morning. This time they passed over a plain so bare that a pin could not have lain there unnoticed. Yet Covan beheld with surprise a foal and its mother feeding there, both as fat as if they had pastured on the richest grass. Further on, they crossed another plain, where the grass was thick and green, but on it were feeding a foal and its mother, so lean that you could have counted their ribs. And further again, the path led them by the shores of a lake, whereon were floating 2 boats, one full of gay and happy youths, journeying to the land of the sun, and another with grim shapes clothed in black, traveling to the land of night. "What can these things mean?" said Covan to himself as he followed his cows. Darkness now fell, the wind howled, and torrents of rain poured upon them. Covan knew not how far they might yet have to go, or indeed if they were on the right road. He could not even see his cows, and his heart sank, lest, after all, he should have failed to bring them safely back. What was he to do? He waited thus, for he could go neither forwards nor backwards, till he felt a great, friendly paw laid on his shoulder. "My cave is just here," said the dog of Mile Moor, of whom Covan, son of Gorla, had heard much. "Spend the night here, and you shall be fed on the flesh of lamb, and shall lay aside 3/3 of thy weariness." And Covan entered, and supped, and slept, and in the morning rose up a new man. "Farewell, Covan," said the dog of Male Moor. "May success go with you, for you took what I had to give, and did not mock me. So, when danger is your companion, wish for me, and I will not fail you." At these words, the dog of Mile Moor disappeared into the forest, and Covan went to seek his cows, which were standing in the hollow where the darkness had come upon them. At the sight of Covan, the brown-haired, they walked onwards, Covan following ever behind them, and looking neither to the right nor to the left. All that day they walked, and when night fell, they were in a barren plain, with only rocks for shelter. "We must rest here as best we can," spoke Covan to the cows, and they bowed their heads and lay down in the place where they stood. Then came the black raven of Cori Nan Creach, whose eyes never closed, and whose wings never tired. And he fluttered before the face of Covan, and told him that he knew of a cranny in the rock, where there was food in plenty, and soft moss for a bed. "Go with me thither," he said to Covan, "and you shall lay aside 3/3 of your weariness, and depart in the morning refreshed." And Covan listened thankfully to his words, and at dawn he rose up to seek his cows. "Farewell," cried the black raven. "You trusted me, and took all I had to offer in return for the food you once gave me. So if in time to come you need a friend, wish for me, and I will not fail you." As before, the cows were standing in the spot where he had left them, ready to set out. All that day they walked, on and on and on, Covan, son of Gorla, walking behind them, till night fell, while they were on the banks of a river. "We can go no further," spake Covan to the cows, and they began to eat the grass by the side of the stream, while Covan listened to them and longed for some supper also, for they had traveled far, and his limbs were weak under him. Then there was a swish of water at his feet, and out peeped the head of the famous otter, Doran, Dawn of the Stream. "Trust to me, and I will find you warmth and shelter," said Doran, Dawn. "And for food, fish in plenty." And Covan went with him thankfully, and ate and rested, and laid aside 3/3 of his weariness. At sunrise, he left his bed of dried seaweed, which had floated up with the tide, and with a grateful heart bade farewell to Doran Dawn. "Because you trusted me and took what I had to offer, you have made me your friend, Covan," said Doran Dawn. "And if you should be in danger and need help from one who can swim a river or dive beneath a wave, call to me, and I will come to you." Then he plunged into the stream and was seen no more. The cows were standing ready in the place where Covan had left them, and they journeyed on all that day, till, when night fell, they reached the cottage. Joyful indeed was the old man as the cows went into their stables, and he beheld the rich milk that flowed into the pail of the golden-haired maiden with the silver comb. "You have done well indeed," he said to Covan, son of Gorla. "And now, what would you have as a reward?" "I want nothing for myself," answered Covan the brown-haired, "but I ask you to give me back my brothers and my sister, who have been lost to us for 3 years past. You are wise and know the lore of fairies and of witches. Tell me where I can find them, and what I must do to bring them to life again." The old man looked grave at the words of Covan. "Yes, truly I know where they are," answered he, "and I say not that they may not be brought to life again, but the perils are great, too great for you to overcome." "Tell me what they are," said Covan again, "and I shall know better if I may overcome them." "Listen, then, and judge. In the mountain yonder, there dwells a roe, white of foot, with horns that branch like the antlers of a deer. On the lake that leads to the land of the sun floats a duck, whose body is green and whose neck is of gold. In the pool of Cori Bui swims a salmon with a skin that shines like silver and whose gills are red. Bring them all to me, and then you shall know where dwell your brothers and your sister. Tomorrow, at cock-crow, I will be gone," answered Covan. The way to the mountain lay straight before him, and when he had climbed high, he caught sight of the roe with the white feet and the spotted sides on the peak in front. Full of hope, he set out in pursuit of her. But by the time he had reached that peak, she had left it and was to be seen on another, and so it always happened. and Covan's courage had well nigh failed him when the thought of the dog of Maelmore darted into his mind. "Oh, that he was here!" he cried, and looking up, he saw him. "Why did you summon me?" asked the dog of Maelmore. And when Havan had told him of his trouble, and how the roe always led him further and further, the dog only answered, "Fear nothing. I will soon catch her for you." And in a short while he laid the roe unhurt at Covan's feet. "What will you wish me to do with her?" said the dog. And Covan answered, "The old man bade me bring her, and the duck with the golden neck, and the salmon with the silver sides to his cottage. If I shall catch them, I know not. But carry you the roe to the back of the cottage, and tether her so that she cannot escape." "It shall be done," said the dog of Maelmore. Then Covan sped to the lake, which led to the land of the sun, where the duck with the green body and the golden neck was swimming among the water lilies. "Surely I can catch him, good swimmer as I am," to himself. But if he could swim well, the duck could swim better. And at length his strength failed him, and he was forced to seek the land. "Oh, that the black raven were here to help me," he thought to himself. And in a moment, the black raven was perched on his shoulder. "How can I help you?" asked the raven. And Covan answered, "Catch me the green duck that floats on the water." And the raven flew with his strong wings and picked him up in his strong beak. And in another moment, the bird was laid at the feet of Covan. This time, it was easy for the young man to carry his prize, and after giving thanks to the raven for his aid, he went on to the river. In the deep, dark pool of which the old man had spoken, the silver-sided salmon was lying under a rock. "Surely I, good fisher as I am, can catch him," said Covan, son of Gorla. And cutting a slender pole from a bush, he fastened a line to the end of it. But cast with what skill he might, it availed nothing, for the salmon would not even look at the bait. "I am beaten at last, unless the Doran Dawn can deliver me," he cried. And as he spoke, there was a swish of the water, and the face of the Doran Dawn looked up at him. "Oh, catch me, I pray you, that salmon under the rock," said Covan, son of Gorla. And the Doran Dawn dived, and laying hold of the salmon by his tail, bore it back to the place where Covan was standing. "The roe and the duck and the salmon are here," said Covan to the old man when he reached the cottage. And the old man smiled on him and bade him eat and drink. And after he hungered no more, he would speak with him. And this was what the old man said: "You began well, my son, so things have gone well with you. You set store by your mother's blessing. Therefore you have been blessed. You gave food to the raven when it hungered, you were true to the promise you had made to me, and did not suffer yourself to be turned aside by vain shows. You were skilled to perceive that the boy who tempted you to leave the temple was a teller of false tales, and took with a grateful heart what the poor had to offer you. Last of all, difficulties gave you courage instead of lending you despair. And now, as to your reward, you shall in truth take your sister home with you. And your brothers I will restore to life, but idle and unfaithful as they are, their lot is to wander forever. And so farewell, and may wisdom be with you. First, tell me your name, asked Covan softly. I am the spirit of age, said the old man. The Princess Bella-Flor, taken from a Celtic story, translated by Dr. MacLeod Clark. Once upon a time, there lived a man who had 2 sons. When they grew up, the elder went to seek his fortune in a far country. And for many years, no one heard anything about him. Meanwhile, the younger son stayed at home with his father, who died at last in a good old age, leaving great riches behind him. For some time, the son who stayed at home spent his father's wealth freely, believing that he alone remained to enjoy it. But one day, as he was coming downstairs, he was surprised to see a stranger enter the hall, looking about as if the house belonged to him. "Have you forgotten me?" asked the man. "I can't forget a person I have never known," was the rude answer. "I am your brother," replied the stranger, "and I have returned home without the money I hoped to have made. And what is worse, they tell me in the village that my father is dead. I would have counted my lost gold as nothing if I could have seen him once more. He died 6 months ago," said the rich brother, "and he left you, as your portion, the old wooden chest that stands in the loft. You had better go there and look for it. I have no more time to waste." And he went his way. So the wanderer turned his steps to the loft, which was at the top of the storehouse, and there he found the wooden chest, so old that it looked as if it were dropping to pieces. "What use is this old thing to me?" he said to himself. "Oh, well, it will serve to light a fire at which I can warm myself, so things might be worse after all." Placing the chest on his back, the man, whose name was Jose, set out for his inn, and, borrowing a hatchet, began to chop up the box. In doing so, he discovered a secret drawer, and in it lay a paper. He opened the paper, not knowing what it might contain, and was astonished to find that it was the acknowledgement of a large debt that was owing to his father. Putting the precious writing in his pocket, he hastily inquired of the landlord where he could find the man whose name was written inside, and he ran out at once in search of him. The debtor proved to be an old miser who lived at the other end of the village. He had hoped for many months that the paper he had written had been lost or destroyed, and indeed, when he saw it, was very unwilling to pay what he owed. However, the stranger threatened to drag him before the king, and when the miser saw that there was no help for it, he counted out the coins one by one. The stranger picked them up and put them in his pocket, and went back to his inn, feeling that he was now a rich man. A few weeks after this, he was walking through the streets of the nearest town when he met a poor woman crying bitterly. He stopped and asked her what was the matter. And she answered, between her sobs, that her husband was dying. And to make matters worse, a creditor whom he could not pay was anxious to have him taken to prison. "Comfort yourself," said the stranger kindly. "They shall neither send your husband to prison nor sell your goods. I will not only pay his debts, but if he dies, the cost of his burial also. And now go home and nurse him as well as you can." And so she did. But in spite of her care, the husband died and was buried by the stranger. But everything cost more than he expected, and when all was paid, he found that only 3 gold pieces were left. "What am I to do now?" said he to himself. "I think I had better go to court and enter into the service of the king." At first, he was only a servant who carried the king the water for his bath, and saw that his bed was made in a particular fashion. But he did his duties so well that his master soon took notice of him, and in a short time he rose to be a gentleman of the bedchamber. Now, when this happened, the younger brother had spent all the money he had inherited, and did not know how to make any for himself. He then bethought him of the king's favorite, and went whining to the palace to beg that his brother, whom he had so ill-used, would give him his protection and find him a place. The elder, who was always ready to help, everyone spoke to the king on his behalf, and the next day the young man took up his work at court. Unfortunately, the newcomer was by nature spiteful and envious, and could not bear anyone to have better luck than himself. By dint of spying through keyholes and listening at doors, he learned that the king, old and ugly though he was, had fallen in love with the Princess Bella-Flor, who would have nothing to say to him, and had hidden herself in some mountain castle, no one knew where. "That will do nicely," thought the scoundrel, rubbing his hands. "It will be quite easy to get the king to send my brother in search of her, and if he returns without finding her, his head will be the forfeit. Either way, he will be out of my path." So he went at once to the Lord High Chamberlain and craved an audience of the king. to whom he declared he wished to tell some news of the highest importance. The king admitted him into the presence chamber without delay, and bade him state what he had to say, and to be quick about it. "Oh, sire, the Princess Bella-Flor," answered the man, and then stopped, as if afraid. "What of the Princess Bella-Flor?" asked the king impatiently. "I have heard, it is whispered at court, that your majesty desires to know where she lies in hiding. I would give half my kingdom to the man who will bring her to me," cried the king, eagerly. "Speak on, knave. Has a bird of the air revealed to you the secret?" "It is not I, but my brother, who knows," replied the traitor. "If your majesty would ask him." But before the words were out of his mouth, the king had struck a blow with his scepter on a golden plate that hung on the wall. "Order Jose to appear before me instantly," he shouted to the servant who ran to obey his orders. So great was the noise his majesty had made. And when Jose entered the hall, wondering what in the world could be the matter, the king was nearly dumb from rage and excitement. "Bring me the Princess Bella-Flor this moment," stammered he, "for if you return without her, I will have you drowned." And without another word, he left the hall, leaving Jose staring with surprise and horror. "How can I find the Princess Bella-Flor when I have never even seen her?" thought he. "But it is no use staying here, for I shall only be put to death." And he walked slowly to the stables to choose himself a horse. There were rows upon rows of fine beasts, with their names written in gold above their stalls. And Jose was looking uncertainly from one to the other, wondering which he should choose, when an old white horse turned its head and signed to him to approach. "Take me," it said in a gentle whisper, "and all will go well." Jose still felt so bewildered with the mission that the king had given him that he forgot to be astonished at hearing a horse talk. Mechanically, he laid his hand on the bridle and led the white horse out of the stable. He was about to mount on his back when the animal spoke again. "Pick up those 3 loaves of bread, which you see there, and put them in your pocket." Jose did as he was told, and being in a great hurry to get away, asked no questions, but swung himself into the saddle. They rode far without meeting any adventures, but at length they came to an ant-hill, and the horse stopped. "Crumble those 3 loaves for the ants," he said. But Jose hesitated. "Why, we may want them ourselves," answered he. "Never mind that. Give them to the ants all the same. Do not lose a chance of helping others." And when the loaves lay in crumbs on the road, the horse galloped on. By and by, they entered a rocky pass between 2 mountains, and here they saw an eagle which had been caught in a hunter's net. Get down and cut the meshes of the net and set the poor bird free," said the horse. "But it will take so long," objected Jose, "and we may miss the princess." "Never mind that. Do not lose a chance of helping others," answered the horse. And when the meshes were cut and the eagle was free, the horse galloped on. They had ridden many miles, and at last they came to a river, where they beheld a little fish lying gasping on the sand. And the horse said, "Do you see that little fish? It will die if you do not put it back in the water. But really, we shall never find the Princess Bella-Flor if we waste our time like this," cried Jose. "We never waste time when we are helping others," answered the horse. And soon the little fish was swimming happily away. A little while after they reached a castle, which was built in the middle of a very thick wood, and right in front was the Princess Bella-Flor feeding her hens. "Now listen," said the horse. "I am going to give all sorts of little hops and skips, which will amuse the Princess Bella-Flor. Then she will tell you that she would like to ride a little way, and you must help her to mount. When she is seated, I shall begin to neigh and kick, and you must say that I have never carried a woman before, and that you had better get up behind so as to be able to manage me. Once on my back, we will go like the wind to the king's palace." Jose did exactly as the horse told him, and everything fell out as the animal prophesied, so that it was not until they were galloping breathlessly towards the palace that the princess knew that she was taken captive. She said nothing, however, but quietly opened her apron, which contained the bran for the chickens, and in a moment it lay scattered on the ground. "Oh, I have let fall my bran," cried she. "Please get down and pick it up for me." But Jose only answered, "We shall find plenty of bran where we are going." And the horse galloped on. They were now passing through a forest, and the princess took out her handkerchief and threw it upwards, so that it stuck in one of the topmost branches of a tree. "Dear me, how stupid! I have let my handkerchief blow away," said she. "Will you climb up and get it for me?" But Jose answered, "We shall find plenty of handkerchiefs where we are going." And the horse galloped on. After the wood, they reached a river, and the princess slipped a ring off her finger and let it roll into the water. "How careless of me," gasped she, beginning to sob. "I have lost my favorite ring. Do stop for a moment and look if you can see it." But Jose answered, "You will find plenty of rings where you are going." And the horse galloped on. At last they entered the palace gates, and the king's heart bounded with joy at beholding his beloved Princess Bella-Flor. But the princess brushed him aside as if he had been a fly, and locked herself into the nearest room. which she would not open for all his entreaties. "Bring me the 3 things I lost on the way, and perhaps I may think about it," was all she would say. And, in despair, the king was driven to take counsel of Jose. "There is no remedy that I can see," said His Majesty, "but that you, who know where they are, should go and bring them back. And if you return without them, I will have you drowned." Poor Jose was much troubled at these words. He thought that he had done all that was required of him, and that his life was safe. However, he bowed low and went out to consult his friend the horse. "Do not vex yourself," said the horse when he had heard the story. "Jump up, and we will go and look for the things." And Jose mounted at once. They rode on till they came to the ant-hill, and then the horse asked, "Would you like to have the bran?" "What is the use of liking?" answered Jose. "Well, call the ants and tell them to fetch it for you. And, if some of it has been scattered by the wind, to bring in its stead the grains that were in the cakes you gave them." Jose listened in surprise. He did not much believe in the horse's plan, but he could not think of anything better. So he called to the ants and bade them collect the bran as fast as they could. Then he saw under a tree and waited while his horse cropped the green turf. "Look there," said the animal, suddenly raising its head. And Jose looked behind him and saw a little mountain of bran, which he put into a bag that was hung over his saddle. "Good deeds bear fruit sooner or later," observed the horse, "but mount again, as we have far to go." When they arrived at the tree, they saw the handkerchief fluttering like a flag from the topmost branch, and Jose's spirits sank again. "How am I to get that handkerchief?" cried he. "Why, I should need Jacob's ladder." But the horse answered, "Do not be frightened. Call to the eagle you set free from the net. He will bring it to you." So Jose called to the eagle, and the eagle flew to the top of the tree and brought back the handkerchief in its beak. Jose thanked him, and vaulting on his horse, they rode on to the river. A great deal of rain had fallen in the night, and the river, instead of being clear as it was before, was dark and troubled. "How am I to fetch the ring from the bottom of this river when I do not know exactly where it was dropped, and cannot even see it?" asked Jose. But the horse answered, "Do not be frightened. Call the little fish whose life you saved, and she will bring it to you." So he called to the fish, and the fish dived to the bottom and slipped behind big stones, and moved little ones with its tail till it found the ring, and brought it to Jose in its mouth. Well pleased with all he had done, Jose returned to the palace. But when the king took the precious objects to Bella-Flor, she declared that she would never open her door till the bandit who had carried her off had been fried in oil. "I am very sorry," said the king to Jose, I really would rather not. But you see, I have no choice. While the oil was being heated in the great cauldron, Jose went to the stables to inquire of his friend the horse if there was no way for him to escape. "Do not be frightened," said the horse. "Get on my back, and I will gallop till my whole body is wet with perspiration. Then rub it all over your skin, and no matter how hot the oil may be, you will never feel it." Jose did not ask any more questions, but did as the horse bade him, and men wondered at his cheerful face as they lowered him into the cauldron of boiling oil. He was left there till Bella-Flor cried that he must be cooked enough. Then out came a youth so young and handsome that everyone fell in love with him, and Bella-Flor most of all. As for the old king, he saw that he had lost the game, and in despair he flung himself into the cauldron and was fried instead of Jose. Then Jose was proclaimed king, on condition that he married Bella-Flor, which he promised to do the next day. But first he went to the stables and sought out the horse, and said to him, "It is to you that I owe my life and my crown. Why have you done all this for me?" And the horse answered, "I am the soul of that unhappy man for whom you spent all your fortune. And when I saw you in danger of death, I begged that I might help you, as you had helped me. For as I told you, good deeds bear their own fruit." The Bird of Truth. From Cuentos, Oraciones y Adivinas, por Fernán Caballero. Once upon a time, there lived a poor fisher who built a hut on the banks of a stream, which, shunning the glare of the sun and the noise of the towns, flowed quietly past trees and under bushes, listening to the songs of the birds overhead. One day, when the fisherman had gone out as usual to cast his nets, he saw borne towards him on the current a cradle of crystal. Slipping his net quickly beneath it, he drew it out and lifted the silk coverlet. Inside, lying on a soft bed of cotton, were two babies, a boy and a girl, who opened their eyes and smiled at him. The man was filled with pity at the sight, and throwing down his lines, he took the cradle and the babies home to his wife. The good woman flung up her hands in despair when she beheld the contents of the cradle. "Are not 8 children enough?" she cried. "Without bringing us 2 more? How do you think we can feed them?" "You would not have had me leave them to die of hunger," answered he, "or be swallowed up by the waves of the sea. What is enough for 8 is also enough for 10. The wife said no more, and in truth, her heart yearned over the little creatures. Somehow or other, food was never lacking in the hut, and the children grew up and were so good and gentle that, in time, their foster parents loved them as well, or better than their own, who were quarrelsome and envious. It did not take the orphans long to notice that the boys did not like them and were always playing tricks on them, so they used to go away by themselves and spend whole hours by the banks of the river. Here they would take out the bits of bread they had saved from their breakfasts and crumble them for the birds. In return, the birds taught them many things: how to get up early in the morning, how to sing, and how to talk their language, which very few people know. But though the little orphans did their best to avoid quarreling with their foster brothers, it was very difficult always to keep the peace. Matters got worse and worse, till one morning the eldest boy said to the twins, "It is all very well for you to pretend that you have such good manners and are so much better than we. But we have at least a father and mother, while you have only got the river, like the toads and the frogs." The poor children did not answer the insult, but it made them very unhappy, and they told each other in whispers that they could not stay there any longer, but must go into the world and seek their fortunes. So next day, they arose as early as the birds and stole downstairs without anybody hearing them. One window was open, and they crept softly out and ran to the side of the river. Then, feeling as if they had found a friend, they walked along its banks, hoping that by and by they should meet someone to take care of them. The whole of that day they went steadily on without seeing a living creature, till in the evening, weary and footsore, they saw before them a small hut. This raised their spirits for a moment, but the door was shut, and the hut seemed empty. And so great was their disappointment that they almost cried. However, the boy fought down his tears and said cheerfully, "Well, at any rate, here is a bench where we can sit down. And when we are rested, we will think what is best to do next." Then they sat down, and for some time they were too tired even to notice anything. But by and by, they saw that under the tiles of the roof, a number of swallows were sitting, chattering merrily to each other. Of course, the swallows had no idea that the children understood their language, or they would not have talked so freely. But as it was, they said whatever came into their heads. "Good evening, my fine city madam," remarked a swallow, whose manners were rather rough and countrified, to another, who looked particularly distinguished. "Happy, indeed, are the eyes that behold you. Only think of your having returned to your long-forgotten country friends, after you have lived for years in a palace." "I have inherited this nest from my parents," replied the other, "and as they left it to me, I certainly shall make it my home. But," she added politely, "I hope that you and all your family are well?" "Very well indeed, I am glad to say. But my poor daughter had, a short time ago, such bad inflammation in her eyes that she would have gone blind had I not been able to find the magic herb, which cured her at once. So, and how is the nightingale singing? Does the lark soar as high as ever? And does the linnet dress herself as smartly? But here, the country swallow drew herself up. "I never talk gossip," she said severely. "Our people, who were once so innocent and well-behaved, have been corrupted by the bad examples of men. It is 1,000 pities. What? Innocence and good behavior are not to be met with among birds, nor in the country. My dear friend, what are you saying? The truth, and nothing more. Imagine, when we returned here, we met some linnets who, just as the spring and the flowers and the long days had come, were setting out for the north and the cold. Out of pure compassion, we tried to persuade them to give up this folly. But they only replied with the utmost insolence." "How shocking!" exclaimed the city swallow. Yes, it was. And worse than that, the crested lark, that was formerly so timid and shy, is now no better than a thief, and steals maize and corn whenever she can find them. I am astonished at what you say. You will be more astonished when I tell you that on my arrival here for the summer, I found my nest occupied by a shameless sparrow. "This is my nest," I said. "Yours?" he answered with a rude laugh. "Yes, mine. My ancestors were born here, and my sons will be born here also." And at that, my husband set upon him and threw him out of the nest. I am sure nothing of this sort ever happens in a town. Not exactly, perhaps, but I have seen a great deal, if you only knew. "Oh, do tell us, do tell us," cried they all. And when they had settled themselves comfortably, the city swallow began. "You must know, then, that our king fell in love with the youngest daughter of a tailor, who was as good and gentle as she was beautiful. His nobles hoped that he would have chosen a queen from one of their daughters, and tried to prevent the marriage. But the king would not listen to them, and it took place. Not many months later, a war broke out, and the king rode away at the head of his army, while the queen remained behind, very unhappy at the separation. When peace was made and the king returned, he was told that his wife had had 2 babies in his absence, but that both were dead, that she herself had gone out of her mind and was obliged to be shut up in a tower in the mountains, where in time the fresh air might cure her. "And was this not true?" asked the swallows eagerly. "Of course not," answered the city lady, with some contempt for their stupidity. "The children were alive at that very moment in the gardener's cottage, but at night the chamberlain came down and put them in a cradle of crystal, which he carried to the river for a whole day they floated safely. For though the stream was deep, it was very still, and the children took no harm. In the morning, so I am told by my friend the kingfisher, they were rescued by a fisherman who lived near the riverbank. The children had been lying on the bench, listening lazily to the chatter up to this point. But when they heard the story of the crystal cradle, which their foster mother had always been fond of telling them, they sat upright and looked at each other. "Oh, how glad I am I learnt the birds' language," said the eyes of one to the eyes of the other. Meanwhile, the swallows had spoken again. "That was indeed good fortune," cried they. "And when the children are grown up, they can return to their father and set their mother free." "It will not be so easy as you think," answered the city swallow, shaking her head. "For they will have to prove that they are the king's children, and also that their mother never went mad at all. In fact, it is so difficult that there is only one way of proving it to the king." "And what is that?" cried all the swallows at once. "And how do you know it?" "I know it," answered the city swallow, "because one day, when I was passing through the palace garden, I met a cuckoo who, as I need not tell you, always pretends to be able to see into the future. We began to talk about certain things which were happening in the palace, and of the events of past years. 'Ah,' said he, 'the only person who can expose the wickedness of the ministers and show the king how wrong he has been is the bird of truth, who can speak the language of men.' 'And where can this bird be found?' I asked. 'It is shut up in a castle guarded by a fierce giant who only sleeps 1/4 of an hour out of the whole 24, replied the cuckoo. 'And where is this castle?' inquired the country swallow, who, like all the rest, and the children most of all, had been listening with deep attention. 'That is just what I don't know,' answered her friend. 'All I can tell you is that not far from here is a tower where dwells an old witch, and it is she who knows the way, and she will only teach it to the person who promises to bring her the water from the fountain of many colors, which she uses for her enchantments. But never will she betray the place where the bird of truth is hidden, for she hates him and would kill him if she could. Knowing well, however, that this bird cannot die, as he is immortal, she keeps him closely shut up and guarded night and day by the birds of bad faith, who seek to gag him so that his voice should not be heard. And is there no one else who can tell the poor boy where to find the bird, if he should ever manage to reach the tower?' asked the country swallow. 'No one,' replied the city swallow, 'except an owl who lives a hermit's life in that desert, and he knows only one word of man's speech, and that is cross so that even if the prince did succeed in getting there, he could never understand what the owl said. But look, the sun is sinking to his nest in the depths of the sea, and I must go to mine. Good night, friends. Good night. Then the swallow flew away, and the children, who had forgotten both hunger and weariness in the joy of this strange news, rose up and followed in the direction of her flight. After 2 hours walking, they arrived at a large city, which they felt sure must be the capital of their father's kingdom. Seeing a good-natured-looking woman standing at the door of a house, they asked her if she would give them a night's lodging, and she was so pleased with their pretty faces and nice manners that she welcomed them warmly. It was scarcely light the next morning before the girl was sweeping out the rooms and the boy watering the garden, so that by the time the good woman came downstairs, there was nothing left for her to do. This so delighted her that she begged the children to stay with her altogether, and the boy answered that he would leave his sisters with her gladly, but that he himself had serious business on hand and must not linger in pursuit of it. So he bade them farewell and set out. For 3 days he wandered by the most out-of-the-way paths, but no signs of a tower were to be seen anywhere. On the 4th morning, it was just the same, and filled with despair, he flung himself on the ground under a tree and hid his face in his hands. In a little while, he heard a rustling over his head, and looking up, he saw a turtle dove watching him with her bright eyes. "Oh, dove!" cried the boy, addressing the bird in her own language. "Oh, dove, tell me, I pray you, where is the castle of Come and Never Go?" "Poor child," answered the dove, "who has sent you on such a useless quest?" "My good or evil fortune," replied the boy, "I know not which. To get there," said the dove, "you must follow the wind, which today is blowing towards the castle." The boy thanked her and followed the wind, fearing all the time that it might change its direction and lead him astray. But the wind seemed to feel pity for him and blew steadily on. With each step, the country became more and more dreary. But at nightfall, the child could see behind the dark and bare rocks something darker still. This was the tower in which dwelt the witch, and seizing the knocker, he gave 3 loud knocks, which were echoed in the hollows of the rocks around. The door opened slowly, and there appeared on the threshold an old woman holding up a candle to her face, which was so hideous that the boy involuntarily stepped backwards, almost as frightened by the troop of lizards, beetles, and such creatures that surrounded her as by the woman herself. "Who are you who dare to knock at my door and wake me?" cried she. "Be quick and tell me what you want, or it will be the worse for you." "Madam," answered the child. I believe that you alone know the way to the castle of Come and Never Go, and I pray you to show it to me. Very good, replied the witch, with something that she meant for a smile. But today it is late. Tomorrow you shall go. Now enter, and you shall sleep with my lizards. I cannot stay, said he. I must go back at once, so as to reach the road from which I started before day dawns. If I tell you, will you promise me that you will bring me this jar full of the many-colored water from the spring in the courtyard of the castle? Asked she. If you fail to keep your word, I will change you into a lizard forever. I promise, answered the boy. Then the old woman called to a very thin dog and said to him, Conduct this pig of a child to the castle of Come and Never Go, and take care that you warn my friend of his arrival. And the dog arose and shook itself and set out. At the end of 2 hours, they stopped in front of a large castle, big and black and gloomy, whose doors stood wide open, although neither sound nor light gave sign of any presence within. The dog, however, seemed to know what to expect, and after a wild howl, went on. But the boy, who was uncertain whether this was the quarter of an hour when the giant was asleep, hesitated to follow him, and paused for a moment under a wild olive that grew nearby, the only tree which he had beheld since he had parted from the dove. Oh, heaven, help me, cried he. Cross, cross, answered a voice. The boy leapt for joy as he recognized the note of the owl of which the swallow had spoken, and he said softly in the bird's language, O wise owl, I pray you to protect and guide me, for I have come in search of the bird of truth. And first I must fill this far with the many-colored water in the courtyard of the castle. So, do not do that, answered the owl, but fill the jar from the spring which bubbles close by the fountain with the many-colored water. Afterwards, go into the aviary opposite the great door, but be careful not to touch any of the bright plumaged birds contained in it, which will cry to you, each one, that he is the bird of truth. Choose only a small white bird that is hidden in a corner, which the others try incessantly to kill, not knowing that it cannot die. And be quick, for at this very moment the giant has fallen asleep, and you have only a quarter of an hour to do everything. The boy ran as fast as he could and entered the courtyard, where he saw the two spring close together. He passed by the many-colored water without casting a glance at it, and filled the jar from the fountain, whose water was clear and pure. He next hastened to the aviary, and was almost deafened by the clamor that rose as he shut the door behind him. voices of peacocks, voices of ravens, voices of magpies, each claiming to be the bird of truth. With steadfast face, the boy walked by them all to the corner where, hemmed in by a hand of fierce crows, was the small white bird he sought. Putting her safely in his breast, he passed out, followed by the screams of the birds of bad faith which he left behind him. Once outside, he ran without stopping to the witch's tower and handed to the old woman the jar she had given him. "Become a parrot," cried she, flinging the water over him. But instead of losing his shape, as so many had done before, he only grew 10 times handsomer, for the water was enchanted for good and not ill. Then the creeping multitude around the witch hastened to roll themselves in the water and stood up, human beings again. When the witch saw what was happening, she took a broomstick and flew away. Who can guess the delight of the sister at the sight of her brother, bearing the bird of truth? But although the boy had accomplished much, something very difficult yet remained, and that was how to carry the bird of truth to the king without her being seized by the wicked courtiers, who would be ruined by the discovery of their plot. Soon, no one knew how, the news spread abroad that the bird of truth was hovering round the palace, and the courtiers made all sorts of preparations to hinder her reaching the king. They got ready weapons that were sharpened and weapons that were poisoned. They sent for eagles and falcons to hunt her down, and constructed cages and boxes in which to shut her up if they were not able to kill her. They declared that her white plumage was really put on to hide her black feathers. In fact, there was nothing they did not do in order to prevent the king from seeing the bird, or from paying attention to her words, if he did. As often happens in these cases, the courtiers brought about that which they feared. They talked so much about the bird of truth that at last the king heard of it and expressed a wish to see her. The more difficulties that were put in his way, the stronger grew his desire. And in the end, the king published a proclamation that whoever found the bird of truth should bring her to him without delay. As soon as he saw this proclamation, the boy called his sister, and they hastened to the palace. The bird was buttoned inside his tunic, but, as might have been expected, the courtiers barred the way and told the child that he could not enter. It was in vain that the boy declared that he was only obeying the king's commands. The courtiers only replied that His Majesty was not yet out of bed, and it was forbidden to wake him. They were still talking when, suddenly, the bird settled the question by flying upwards through an open window into the king's own room. Alighting on the pillow close to the king's head, she bowed respectfully and said, "My lord, I am the bird of truth, whom you wish to see, and I have been obliged to approach you in the manner, because the boy who brought me is kept out of the palace by your courtiers. They shall pay for their insolence, said the king, and he instantly ordered one of his attendants to conduct the boy at once to his apartments. And in a moment more the prince entered, holding his sister by the hand. "Who are you?" asked the king. "And what has the bird of truth to do with you?" "If it please your majesty, the bird of truth will explain that herself," answered the boy. And the bird did explain, and the king heard for the first time of the wicked plot that had been successful for so many years. He took his children in his arms, with tears in his eyes, and hurried off with them to the tower in the mountains where the queen was shut up. The poor woman was as white as marble, for she had been living almost in darkness. But when she saw her husband and children, the color came back to her face, and she was as beautiful as ever. They all returned in state to the city, where great rejoicings were held. The wicked courtiers had their heads cut off, and all their property was taken away. As for the good old couple, they were given riches and honor, and were loved and cherished to the end of their lives. The Mink and the Wolf. From Cuentos, Oraciones y Adivinas, por Fernán Caballero. In a big forest in the north of America lived a quantity of wild animals of all sorts. They were always very polite when they met, but in spite of that, they kept a close watch one upon the other, as each was afraid of being killed and eaten by somebody else. But their manners were so good that no one would ever had guessed that. One day, a smart young wolf went out to hunt, promising his grandfather and grandmother that he would be sure to be back before bedtime. He trotted along quite happily through the forest till he came to a favorite place of his, just where the river runs into the sea. There, just as he had hoped, he saw the chief mink fishing in a canoe. "I want to fish too," cried the wolf. But the mink said nothing and pretended not to hear. "I wish you would take me into your boat," shouted the wolf, louder than before. And he continued to beseech the mink so long that at last he grew tired of it, and paddled to the shore close enough for the wolf to jump in. "Sit down quietly at that end, or we shall be upset," said the mink. "And if you care about sea urchins' eggs, you will find plenty in that basket. But be sure you eat only the white ones, for the red ones would kill you." So the wolf, who was always hungry, began to eat the eggs greedily. And when he had finished, he told the mink he thought he would have a nap. Well then, stretch yourself out and rest your head on that piece of wood, said the mink. And the wolf did as he was bid, and was soon fast asleep. Then the mink crept up to him and stabbed him to the heart with his knife, and he died without moving. After that, he landed on the beach, skinned the wolf, and taking the skin to his cottage, he hung it up before the fire to dry. Not many days later, the wolf's grandmother, who, with the help of her relations, had been searching for him everywhere, entered the cottage to buy some sea urchin's eggs and saw the skin, which she at once guessed to be that of her grandson. "I knew he was dead. I knew it. I knew it," she cried, weeping bitterly, till the mink told her rudely that if she wanted to make so much noise, she had better do it outside, as he liked to be quiet. So, half blinded by her tears, the old woman went home the way she had come, and running in at the door, she flung herself down in front of the fire. "What are you crying for?" asked the old wolf and some friends who had been spending the afternoon with him. "I shall never see my grandson any more," answered she. "Mink has killed him. Oh, oh!" And putting her head down, she began to weep as loudly as ever. "There, there," said her husband, laying his paw on her shoulder. "Be comforted. If he is dead, we will avenge him." And calling to the others, they proceeded to talk over the best plan. It took them a long time to make up their minds, as one wolf proposed one thing and one another. But at last, it was agreed that the old wolf should give a great feast in his house, and that the mink should be invited to the party. And in order that no time should be lost, it was further agreed that each wolf should bear the invitations to the guests that lived nearest to him. Now the wolves thought they were very cunning, but the mink was more cunning still. And though he sent a message by a white hare that was going that way, saying he should be delighted to be present, he determined that he would take his precautions. So he went to a mouse who had often done him a good turn, and greeted her with his best bow. "I have a favor to ask of you, friend mouse," said he, "and if you will grant it, I will carry you on my back every night for a week to the patch of maize right up the hill." "The favor is mine," answered the mouse. "Tell me what it is that I can have the honor of doing for you." "Oh, something quite easy," replied the mink. "I only want you, between today and the next full moon, to gnaw through the bows and paddles of the wolf people, so that directly they use them, they will break. But of course, you must manage it so that they notice nothing." "Of course," answered the mouse. "Nothing is easier, but as the full moon is tomorrow night, and there is not much time, I had better begin at once. Then the mink thanked her and went his way. But before he had gone far, he came back again. Perhaps, while you are about the wolf's house, seeing after the boughs, it would do no harm if you were to make that knot-hole in the wall a little bigger, said he. Not large enough to draw attention, of course, but it might come in handy. And with another nod, he left her. The next evening, the mink washed and brushed himself carefully and set out for the feast. He smiled to himself as he looked at the dusty track and perceived that though the marks of wolves' feet were many, not a single guest was to be seen anywhere. He knew very well what that meant, but he had taken his precautions and was not afraid. The house door stood open, but through a crack, the mink could see the wolves crowding in the corner behind it. However, he entered boldly, and as soon as he was fairly inside, the door was shut with a bang, and the whole herd sprang at him, with their red tongues hanging out of their mouths. Quick as they were too late, for the mink was already through the knothole and racing for his canoe. The knothole was too small for the wolves, and there were so many of them in the hut that it was some time before they could get the door open. Then they seized the bows and arrows, which were hanging on the walls, and once outside, aimed at the flying mink. But as they pulled, the bows broke in their paws, so they threw them away and bounded to the shore with all their speed to the place where their canoes were drawn up on the beach. Now, although the mink could not run as fast as the wolves, he had a good start and was already afloat when the swiftest among them threw themselves into the nearest canoe. They pushed off, but as they dipped the paddles into the water, they snapped as the bows had done, and were quite useless. "I know where there are some new ones," cried a young fellow, leaping on shore and rushing to a little cave at the back of the beach. And the mink's heart smote him when he heard, for he had not known of this secret store. After a long chase, the wolves managed to surround their prey, and the mink, seeing it was no good resisting anymore, gave himself up. Some of the elder wolves brought out some cedar bands, which they always carried wound round their bodies, but the mink laughed scornfully at the sight of them. "Why, I could snap those in a moment," said he. "If you want to make sure that I cannot escape, better take a line of kelp and bind me with that." "You are right," answered the grandfather. "Your wisdom is greater than ours." And he bade his servants gather enough kelp from the rocks to make a line, as they had brought none with them. "While the line is being made, you might as well let me have one last dance," remarked the mink. And the wolves replied, "Very good. You may have your dance. Perhaps it may amuse us as well as you." So they brought 2 canoes and placed them one beside the other. The mink stood up on his hind legs and began to dance, first in one canoe and then in the other. And so graceful was he that the wolves forgot they were going to put him to death and howled with pleasure. "Pull the canoes a little apart. They are too close for this new dance," he said, pausing for a moment. And the wolves separated them while he gave a series of little springs, sometime pirouetting while he stood with one foot on the prow of both. "Now nearer, now further apart," he would cry as the dance went on. "No, further still." And springing into the air, amidst howls of applause, he came down head foremost and dived to the bottom. And through the wolves, whose howls had now changed into those of rage, sought him everywhere, they never found him, for he hid behind a rock till they were out of sight, and then made his home in another forest. Adventures of an Indian Brave. From the Journal of the Anthropological Institute. A long, long way off, right away in the west of America, there once lived an old man who had one son. The country round was covered with forests, in which dwelt all kinds of wild beasts, and the young man and his companions used to spend whole days in hunting them. And he was the finest hunter of all the tribe. One morning, when winter was coming on, the youth and his companions set off as usual to bring back some of the mountain goats and deer to be salted down, as he was afraid of a snowstorm. And if the wind blew and the snow drifted, the forest might be impassable for some weeks. The old man and the wife, however, would not go out, but remained in the wigwam, making bows and arrows. It soon grew so cold in the forest that at last one of the men declared they could walk no more unless they could manage to warm themselves. "That is easily done," said the leader, giving a kick to a large tree. Flames broke out in the trunk, and before it had burnt up, they were as hot as if it had been summer. Then they started off to the place where the goats and deer were to be found in the greatest numbers, and soon had killed as many as they wanted. But the leader killed most, as he was the best shot. "Now we must cut up the game and divide it," said he. And so they did, each one taking his own share, and, walking one behind the other, set out for the village. But when they reached a great river, the young man did not want the trouble of carrying his pack any further, and left it on the bank. "I am going home another way," he told his companions. And taking another road, he reached the village long before they did. "Have you returned with empty hands?" asked the old man as his son opened the door. "Have I ever done that you put me such a question?" asked the youth. "No, I have slain enough to feast us for many moons. But it was heavy, and I left the pack on the bank of the great river." Give me the arrows. I will finish making them, and you can go to the river and bring home the pack." So the old man rose and went, and strapped the meat on his shoulder. But as he was crossing the ford, the strap broke, and the pack fell into the river. He stooped to catch it, but it swirled past him. He clutched again, but in doing so, he overbalanced himself and was hurried into some rapids, where he was knocked against some rocks, and he sank and was drowned, and his body was carried down the stream into smoother water when it rose to the surface again. But by this time, it had lost all likeness to a man, and was changed into a piece of wood. The wood floated on, and the river got bigger and bigger, and entered a new country. There it was borne by the current close to the shore, and a woman who was down there washing her clothes caught it as it passed, and drew it out, saying to herself, "What a nice, smooth plank. I will use it as a table to put my food upon." And gathering up her clothes, she took the plank with her into her hut. When her supper time came, she stretched the board across 2 strings, which hung from the roof, and set upon it the pot containing a stew that smelt very good. The woman had been working hard all day and was very hungry, so she took her biggest spoon and plunged it into the pot. But what was her astonishment and disgust when both pot and food vanished instantly before her. "Oh, you horrid plank, you have brought me ill luck," she cried. And taking it up, she flung it away from her. The woman had been surprised before at the disappearance of her food, but she was more astonished still when, instead of the plank, she beheld a baby. However, she was fond of children and had none of her own, so she made up her mind that she would keep it and take care of it. The baby grew and throve as no baby in that country had ever done, and in 4 days he was a man, and as tall and strong as any brave of the tribe. "You have treated me well," he said, "and meat shall never fail to your house. But now I must go, for I have much work to do." Then he set out for his home. It took him many days to get there, and when he saw his son sitting in his place, his anger was kindled, and his heart was stirred to take vengeance upon him. So he went out quickly into the forest and shed tears, and each tear became a bird. "Stay there till I want you," said he, and he returned to the hut. "I saw some pretty new birds high up in a tree yonder," he remarked, and the son answered, "Show me the way, and I will get them for dinner." The two went out together, and after walking for about half an hour, the old man stopped. "That is the tree," he said, and the son began to climb it. Now a strange thing happened. The higher the young man climbed, the higher the birds seemed to be. And when he looked down, the earth below appeared no bigger than a star. Still he tried to go back, but he could not. And though he could not see the birds any longer, he felt as if something were dragging him up and up. He thought that he had been climbing that tree for days. And perhaps he had, for suddenly a beautiful country, yellow with fields of maize, stretched before him. And he gladly left the top of the tree and entered it. He walked through the maze without knowing where he was going, when he heard a sound of knocking and saw two old blind women crushing their food between two stones. He crept up to them on tiptoe, and when one old woman passed her dinner to the other, he held out his hand and took it and ate it for himself. "How slow you are kneading that cake," cried the other old woman at last. "Why, I have given you your dinner." "And what more do you want?" replied the second. "You didn't. At least, I never got it," said the other. "I certainly thought you took it from me, but here is some more." And again the young man stretched out his hand, and the two old women fell to quarreling afresh. But when it happened for the third time, the old women suspected some trick, and one of them exclaimed, "I am sure there is a man here. Tell me, are you not my grandson?" "Yes," answered the young man, who wished to please her. "And in return for your good dinner, I will see if I cannot restore your sight. For I was taught in the art of healing by the best medicine man in the tribe." And with that, he left them and wandered about till he found the herb which he wanted. Then he hastened back to the old women, and begging them to boil him some water, he threw the herb in. As soon as the pot began to sing, he took off the lid and sprinkled the eyes of the women, and sight came back to them once more. There was no night in that country, so instead of going to bed very early, as he would have done in his own hut, the young man took another walk. A splashing noise nearby drew him down to a valley through which ran a large river, and up a waterfall some salmon were leaping. How their silver sides glistened in the light, and how he longed to catch some of the great fellows. But how could he do it? He had beheld no one except the old women, and it was not very likely that they would be able to help him. So with a sigh, he turned away and went back to them. But as he walked, a thought struck him. He pulled out one of his hairs, which hung nearly to his waist, and it instantly became a strong line, nearly a mile in length. "Weave me a net that I may catch some salmon," said he, and they wove him the net he asked for. And for many weeks he watched by the river, only going back to the old women when he wanted a fish cooked. At last, one day, when he was eating his dinner, the old woman who always spoke first said to him, "We have been very glad to see you, grandson. But now it is time that you went home." And pushing aside a rock, he saw a deep hole, so deep that he could not see to the bottom. Then they dragged a basket out of the house and tied a rope to it. "Get in and wrap this blanket round your head," said they. "And whatever happens, don't uncover it till you get to the bottom." Then they bade him farewell, and he curled himself up in the basket. Down, down, down he went. Would he ever stop going? But when the basket did stop, the young man forgot what he had been told and put his head out to see what was the matter. In an instant, the basket moved, but to his horror, instead of going down, he felt himself being drawn upwards. And shortly after, he beheld the faces of the old women. "You will never see your wife and son if you will not do as you are bid," said they. "Now get in, and do not stir till you hear a crow calling." This time, the young man was wiser, and though the basket often stopped, and strange creatures seemed to rest on him and to pluck at his blanket, he held it tight till he heard the crow calling. Then he flung off the blanket and sprang out, while the basket vanished in the sky. He walked on quickly down the track that led to the hut, when, before him, he saw his wife with his little son on her back. "Oh, there is father at last," cried the boy. But the mother bade him cease from idle talking. "But mother, it is true. Father is coming," repeated the child. And to satisfy him, the woman turned round and perceived her husband. Oh, how glad they all were to be together again. And when the wind whistled through the forest, and the snow stood in great banks round the door, the father used to take the little boy on his knee and tell him how he caught salmon in the land of the sun, how the Stalos were tricked. From the Journal of the Anthropological Institute. "Mother, I have seen such a wonderful man," said a little boy one day as he entered a hut in Lapland, bearing in his arms the bundle of sticks he had been sent out to gather. "Have you, my son? And what was he like?" asked the mother, as she took off the child's sheepskin coat and shook it on the doorstep. "Well, I was tired of stooping for the sticks, and was leaning against a tree to rest, when I heard a noise of shush among the dead leaves. I thought perhaps it was a wolf, so I stood very still. But soon there came past a tall man. Oh, twice as tall as father, with a long red beard and a red tunic fastened with a silver girdle, from which hung a silver-handled knife. Behind him followed a great dog, which looked stronger than any wolf, or even a bear. But why are you so pale, mother?" "It was the Stalo," replied she, her voice trembling. "Stalo, the man-eater, you did well to hide. or you might never had come back. But remember that though he is tall and strong, he is very stupid, and many a lap has escaped from his clutches by playing him some clever trick. Not long after the mother and son had held this talk, it began to be whispered in the forest that the children of an old man called Pato had vanished one by one. No one knew whither. The unhappy father searched the country for miles round without being able to find as much as a shoe or a handkerchief to show him where they had passed. But at length, a little boy came with news that he had seen the Stalo hiding behind a well, near which the children used to play. The boy had waited behind a clump of bushes to see what would happen. And by, he noticed that the Stalo had laid a cunning trap in the path to the well, and that anybody who fell over it would roll into the water and drown there. And as he watched, Pato's youngest daughter ran gaily down the path till her foot caught in the strings that were stretched across the steepest place. She slipped and fell, and in another instant had rolled into the water within reach of the Stalo. As soon as Pato heard this tale, his heart was filled with rage, and he vowed to have his revenge. So he straightway took an old fur coat from the hook where it hung, and putting it on, went out into the forest. When he reached the path that led to the well, he looked hastily round to be sure that no one was watching him, then laid himself down as if he had been caught in the snare and had rolled into the well, though he took care to keep his head out of the water. Very soon he heard a sh of the leaves, and there was the Stalo pushing his way through the undergrowth to see what chance he had of a dinner. At the first glimpse of Pato's head in the well, he laughed loudly, crying, "Ha ha ha ha! This time it is the old ass. I wonder how he will taste." And drawing Pato out of the well, he flung him across his shoulders and carried him home. Then he tied a cord round him and hung him over the fire to roast, while he finished a box that he was making before the door of the hut, which he meant to hold Pato's flesh when it was cooked. In a very short time, the box was so nearly done that it only wanted a little more chipping out with an axe. But this part of the work was easier accomplished indoors, and he called to one of his sons who were lounging inside to bring him the tool. The young man looked everywhere, but he could not find the axe, for the very good reason that Pato had managed to pick it up and hide it in his clothes. "Stupid fellow, what is the use of you?" grumbled his father angrily, and he bade first one and then another of his sons to fetch him the tool. But they had no better success than their brother. "I must come myself, I suppose," said Stalo, putting aside the box. But meanwhile, Pato had slipped from the hook and concealed himself behind the door. so that as Stalo stepped in, his prisoner raised the axe, and with one blow, the ogre's head was rolling on the ground. His sons were so frightened at the sight that they all ran away. And in this manner, Pato avenged his dead children. But though Stalo was dead, his 3 sons were still living, and not very far off either. They had gone to their mother, who was tending some reindeer on the pastures, and told her that by some magic, they knew not what, their father's head had rolled from his body, and they had been so afraid that something dreadful would happen to them that they had come to take refuge with her. The ogress said nothing. Long ago, she had found out how stupid her sons were, so she just sent them out to milk the reindeer, while she returned to the other house to bury her husband's body. Now, 3 days' journey from the hut on the pastures, 2 brothers, Sodno, dwelt in a small cottage with their sister, Lema, who tended a large herd of reindeer while they were out hunting. Of late, it had been whispered from one to another that the 3 young Stalos were to be seen on the pastures, but the Sodno brothers did not disturb themselves. The danger seemed too far away. Unluckily, however, one day, when Lima was left by herself in the hut, the 3 Stalos came down and carried her and the reindeer off to their own cottage. The country was very lonely, and perhaps no one would have known in which direction she had gone had not the girl managed to tie a ball of thread to the handle of a door at the back of the cottage and let it trail behind her. Of course, the ball was not long enough to go all the way, but it lay on the edge of a snowy track which led straight to the Stalos' house. When the brothers returned from their hunting, they found both the hut and the sheds empty. Loudly, they cried, "Lima! Lima!" But no voice answered them, and they fell to searching all about, lest perchance their sister might have dropped some clue to guide them. At length, their eyes dropped on the thread which lay on the snow, and they set out to follow it. On and on they went, and when at length the thread stopped, the brothers knew that another day's journey would bring them to the Stalos' dwelling. Of course, they did not dare to approach it openly, for the Stalos had the strength of giants, and besides, there were 3 of them. So the 2 Sodnos climbed into a big bushy tree which overhung a well. "Perhaps our sister may be sent to draw water here," they said to each other. But it was not till the moon had risen that the sister came, and as she let down her bucket into the well, the leaves seemed to whisper, "Lima! Lima!" The girl started and looked up, but could see nothing. And in a moment, the voice came again. "Be careful. Take no notice. Fill your buckets, but listen carefully all the while, and we will tell you what to do, so that you may escape yourself and set free the reindeer also." So Lyman bent over the well lower than before, and seemed busier than ever. "You know," said her brother, "that when a Stalo finds that anything has been dropped into his food, he will not eat a morsel, but throws it to his dogs. Now, after the pot has been hanging some time over the fire, and the broth is nearly cooked, just rake up the log of wood so that some of the ashes fly into the pot. The Stalo will soon notice this, and will call you to give all the food to the dogs. But instead, you must bring it straight to us, as it is 3 days since we have eaten or drunk. That is all you need do for the present." Then Lima took up her buckets and carried them into the house, and did as her brothers had told her. They were so hungry that they ate the food up greedily, without speaking. But when there was nothing left in the pot, the eldest one said, "Listen carefully to what I have to tell you. After the eldest Stalo has cooked and eaten a fresh supper, he will go to bed and sleep so soundly that not even a witch could wake him. You can hear him snoring a mile off, and then you must go into his room and pull off the iron mantle that covers him, and put it on the fire till it is almost red hot. When that is done, come to us, and we will give you further directions." "I will obey you in everything, dear brothers," answered Lyman, and so she did. It had happened that on this very evening, the Stalos had driven in some of the reindeer from the pasture, and had tied them up to the wall of the house so that they might be handy to kill for next day's dinner. The 2 Sodnos had seen what they were doing, and where the beasts were secured. So, at midnight, when all was still, they crept down from their tree and seized the reindeer by the horns, which were locked together. The animals were frightened and began to neigh and kick, as if they were fighting together, and the noise became so great that even the eldest Stalo was awakened by it, and that was a thing which had never occurred before. Raising himself in his bed, he called to his youngest brother to go out and separate the reindeer, or they would certainly kill themselves. The young Stalo did as he was bid, and left the house. But no sooner was he out of the door than he was stabbed to the heart by one of the Sodnos, and fell without a groan. Then they went back to worry the reindeer, and the noise became as great as ever. And a second time the Stalo awoke. "The boy does not seem to be able to part the beasts," he cried to his second brother. "Go and help him, or I shall never get to sleep." So the brother went, and in an instant was struck dead as he left the house by the sword of the eldest Sodno. The Stalo waited in bed a little longer for things to get quiet, but as the clatter of the reindeer's horns was as bad as ever, he rose angrily from his bed, muttering to himself, "It is extraordinary that they cannot unlock themselves. But as no one else seems able to help them, I suppose I must go and do it. Rubbing his eyes, he stood up on the floor and stretched his great arms and gave a yawn which shook the walls. The Sodnos heard it below and posted themselves, one at the big door and one at the little door at the back, for they did not know what their enemy would come out at. The Stalo put out his hand to take his iron mantle from the bed, where it always lay. But the mantle was no there. He wondered where it could be, and who could have moved it. And after searching through all the rooms, he found it hanging over the kitchen fire. But the first touch burnt him so badly that he let it alone and went with nothing except a stick in his hand through the back door. The young Sodno was standing ready for him, and as the Stalo passed the threshold, struck him such a blow on the head that he rolled over with a crash and never stirred again. The two Sodnos did not trouble about him, but quickly stripped the younger Stalos of their clothes, in which they dressed themselves. Then they sat still till the dawn should break, and they could find out from the Stalos' mother where the treasure was hidden. With the first rays of the sun, the young Sodno went upstairs and entered the old woman's room. She was already up and dressed, and sitting by the window knitting. And the young man crept in softly and crouched down on the floor, laying his head on her lap. For a while he kept silence. Then he whispered gently, "Tell me, dear mother, where did my eldest brother conceal his riches?" "What a strange question. Surely you must know," answered she. "No, I have forgotten. My memory is so bad." He dug a hole under the doorstep and placed it there, said she, and there was another pause. By and by, the Sodno asked again, "And where may my second brother's money be?" "Don't you know that either?" cried the mother in surprise. "Oh yes, I did once, but since I fell upon my head, I can remember nothing." "It is behind the oven," answered she. And again was silence. "Mother, dear mother," said the young man at last, "I am almost afraid to ask you, but I really have grown so stupid of late. Where did I hide my own money?" But at this question, the old woman flew into a passion and vowed that if she could find a rod, she would bring his memory back to him. Luckily, no rod was within her reach, and the Sodno managed, after a little, to coax her back into good humor. And at length, she told him that the youngest Stalo had buried his treasure under the very place where she was sitting. "Dear mother," said Lyman, who had come in unseen and was kneeling in front of the fire, "dear mother, do you know who it is you have been talking with?" The old woman started, but answered quietly, "It is a Sodno, I suppose." "You have guessed right," replied Lima. The mother of the Stalos looked round for her iron cane, which she always used to kill her victims, but it was not there, for Lima had put it in the fire. "Where is my iron cane?" asked the old woman. "There," answered Lima, pointing to the flames. The old woman sprang forwards and seized it, but her clothes caught fire, and in a few minutes she was burned to ashes. So the Sodno brothers found the treasure, and they carried it, and their sister and the reindeer, to their own home, and were the richest men in all Lapland.